So you wanna go to war with me? You're talking like you think you're royalty. You think that I'm afraid, but I don't break. I heard you question my stability. You think I'll fall just like a guillotine, but I am here to stay. Won't look away. The storm is coming, so you better start running. No, you can't control, feel it in my bones. I'm coming for the
Did the shorts cover? No? Then what are we talking about?
Look at this. Oh, look at this. First thing I do is I say, would you look at this? Oh, would you look at this? Would you look at that? Oh my gosh, just look at it. Just look at it. What the heck is that? Oh, would you look at that? Just look at that. I mean, just get a look at that. Would you look at this? You know what I mean? Oh, look at this. Look at that. You gotta look at it this way, okay? You just gotta look at it. That's all you can do anymore. Just look at it.
dysfunctions with the sugar producing part, and they have Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please fasten your seatbelts as we prepare to fucking launch.
Look at this. Oh, look at this. First thing I do is I say, would you look at this? Oh, would you look at this? Would you look at that? Oh my gosh, just look at it. Just look at it. What the heck is that? Oh, would you look at that? Just look at that. I mean, just get a look at that. Would you look at this? You know what I mean? Oh, look at this. Look at that. You got to look at it this way, okay? You just got to look at it. That's all you can do anymore. Just look at it.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We just broke through that 325 resistance we have been watching all morning. Just chilling. Now, I don't know if it's going to hold here, but I promised you we would do a Friday shot in memoriam of the old days. We called a Friday shot call price today. So I've got my shot glass. We've got our Woodford Reserve double oaked bourbon. Let's get her done. Let's get her done. It's not even noon in my area. I just finished my second cup of coffee, but because I love you guys so much, let's fill her up. Woo! All the way to the top. Stephen, what'd you say, Stephen? Tell him I bought it what? I did not buy at $238. My cheapest buy, Stephen, was at $261, but all of my position is below $3. So today's a good day. All right, ladies and gents, bottoms up. Oh yeah.
Wow, it's very nice.
All right, it actually gets a little spicy potentially once we pushed through 325. So let's see what happens. I guess I got a little coffee left. I don't know if I should. Yeah, I should probably finish it. OSU Fanatic says second shot at $4. I've got a movie later tonight I need to make it to, my man. You're going to have me passed out by 2 o'clock. Also, I would like to be here live with you guys for the announcement after hours. What? What announcement? What announcement is he talking about? I don't know. Probably just dreaming, you guys. Probably just dreaming. But if there is an announcement after hours, we will be live to see what happens and what the news is. Cigar King says, what announcement? Every day this week, you know, I bought those $3 call options on the 15th that expired today. I already sold them, took my profits. What are those $3 call options going for right now? 28 cents. I bought them for 3 pennies, you guys. Who's down for a 900% run? But they want to laugh at me on Twitter. They want to laugh at me because they're probably buying puts. Tony Denaro said he bought at 1 penny. No, I didn't. Like, get the fucking wax out of your ears, you crybabies. Wipe your noses and go stand in the corner. Because you probably bought puts and your little butt hurt. Oh. Anyways, when I see the negativity hitting a crescendo, that's kind of like my, gotta buy. You got to fucking buy. How does he always win? I always do the opposite of what the crybabies are telling me. Let's go on to $1.50. He's got a reverse split. Better buy puts. Cha-ching. I take a bunch of those call options, please. Can you make them for $3 and make them expiring this Friday so I get the maximum returns? Thank you very much. Put buyers say what? Yeah, that's what I thought. Anywho, 328 now. What else we got? Oh, I was talking to Cigar King about the what announcement are we expecting? Every day this week, I've been hanging out till 5:30 Eastern expecting that they were going to drop an 8K based on the price action. It just feels like, and I know 72% of you in the poll this morning said you feel the same way. You're seeing the same thing I'm seeing. It feels like the dilution might be done. Nowhere on my spreadsheet does it say it's done. But, you know, I'm just guessing. So they could be done, or we could have institutions that just said, hey, you know, we like it at this price, and we know you're close to done, and we want to be in before the news drops. So I'm just expecting, every day this week after market close, I've been expecting an 8K or a tweet. They don't have to drop an 8K saying that the dilution's done, but it would be like a good news thing. It'd be a good thing to share. So I expect them to share that news. And if they do after hours today, then we'll have a second live stream just to talk about that. Debt restructuring, Robert B. I have 2 thumbnails ready to go for after hours. The first thumbnail is dilution is done. The second thumbnail, alternate thumbnail, is dilution is done and debt restructuring is announced. I don't know, but I have a strong feeling that this 250 million cash raise was a contingency to get the debt restructuring done. So could be a hand-in-hand announcement. Absolutely. Could be. I don't know. I don't talk to anybody at AMC, despite what all the crybabies tell you. Nobody pays me. I don't have any inside info. I'm just dead, emotionless, dead inside, hardcore financial analyst. Looking at the numbers, trying to think like management thinks, trying to think like the shorts are thinking, trying to think like the institutions are thinking, not what all these clickbaiters are thinking. They haven't been right about one thing in 3 years. Who's been right? Who's been right? Right here. Yeah, we fucked up. We fucked up thinking that people were going to hold ape when they announced it. I'm allowed one mistake. But we fixed that mistake by buying ape when it was cheap and selling on the run up. The biggest thing is recognizing you made a mistake, learn from it, pivot, and move on. The ones who are getting slaughtered out here are the ones that are like, oh, I'm just going to double down. I'm going to stay in this trench hole. I know my mission and I'm not changing it. Just going to keep buying AMC from 40 all the way down to $2. No. If your foxhole is getting bombed, guys, you jump out of that foxhole, move back to a safer place and regroup. We read the filings. We knew what was coming. We talked to you guys about it for a damn year. But I can't help people that would rather be emotional traders than DD traders. Can't help them all. Can't save them all. Yuka says, Tony, did the short interest drop? Yuka, I couldn't even tell you because I don't look at the short interest, my friend. Doesn't matter right now while AMC is diluting. And whatever it is, Yuka, when they announce the dilution, you're going to see the percentage of shorts drop because of the dilution. 70 million shares, going to drop at what? 4%? But from what I understand, Yuka, the number of shares short and just in a quantity is increasing, but I couldn't tell you what it is. Stopped looking at that a long time ago and started focusing on things that actually matter. I am live on YouTube, Mediocre. Why don't you come over to the chat or in the trading channel on Discord? Sorry, I got multiple phones here. Prize to you in the chat if you know that reference. I got multiple people calling me. We always have multiple chats going on. You guys think we're not doing anything all day. We're dissecting this thing a million ways to Sunday every minute of every day to maximize profits. And when I have time, I sneak out a video on something else. But too many damn crybabies, too many trolls, too many haters for me to put out an AMC video every day. We just do it. We do it offline. We do it in Discord.
I'm in two places at once.
All right. Can y'all hear Mediocre? Let me turn on my microphone. Can you hear me in the Discord chat, Mediocre?
Yes, sir.
Rolf, what's up? Can you guys hear Rolf and Mediocre? Testing, probando. Chat, can you guys, Rolf, say something.
Good morning or good afternoon.
What do you guys think is going on? Thanks for popping over to this chat. What do you think's going on today, Rolf?
I don't know what's happening. I'll say this. I saw some comments in the YouTube chat about high IV for options and, asking if folks were going to sell next week. And I said yes in the comments. I wanted to come over here and verbally say, absolutely, I will be selling options next week. Can hardly wait. I'm looking right now. I'll just tell you at the $3 put for April 26th, it's fetching 12 cents right now. So I will be diving into that.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Selling? Okay. I want to make sure people know, because people hear the word put, Rolf, and they automatically assume you're betting against the company buying puts.
Absolutely not. I'm betting for the company. I'll be selling puts Monday. I mean, we'll see what happens the rest of today and what happens pre-market on Monday. But if right now was Monday morning at the opening bell, I'm selling $3 puts at 13 cents.
You guys,
very happy to do
Mediocre and Rolf, do you guys want to have another roundtable training session with folks this weekend in the Discord to talk about our strategy for next week? Are you available at all?
I am, depending on when we do it. So just let me know the details, and if I can join, I will absolutely be there.
All right. And for those of you that are watching on Discord, we had I think it was it a week or 2 weekends ago, Rolf, we did a training.
That was 2 weekends ago.
All right. So I'm way behind, but we had a in Discord 45-minute discussion about how we trade options on this play or any play to increase your income or lower your cost basis on the shares you have. And I need to finish up the graphics because it was just a voice chat. And I'm going to publish it to you guys on YouTube so all of you can benefit from that discussion from seasoned traders who are making money in this play. But I want to have pictures. I want to have something more tangible for those of you that don't understand selling covered calls and selling cash secured puts. So my goal is to get that done this weekend, session 1 out on YouTube. And then for those that are in the Discord, members of the channel, we'll try and line something else up, a follow-up for this weekend, based on wherever the price ends today and if there is any news today. That's really the big wild card right now, right, Rolf?
Correct, because we don't know what's, something is causing today's run up, and we don't know what it could be. We can speculate a couple of things that are very possible, but we don't know for sure until we know.
And I know there's a lot
Tony,
of
can you
discussion.
hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Mediocre. What's up?
Can you mute your mic in the other chat?
Yeah, hang on one second.
Thank you.
All right, that should be better.
Much better.
There is a lot of focus on just the news being dilution done and it'll be bullish. And that is one scenario. There's another scenario where the debt restructuring gets announced in tandem. And depending on the details of that restructuring, I still don't know what the actual price direction will be. Because the debt restructuring, as we've talked about over the past couple of weeks on the evening live streams, it could be a simple debt restructuring. It could be no debt restructuring yet. Or it could be a debt restructuring that includes some convertible notes to get a better interest rate, which would be dilutive to common. Or it could be including a debt for equity swap, where they say we restructured all the debt and we paid off $250 million more in exchange for some more shares. I mean, there's multiple ways that debt restructuring could go. So that's why I'm hesitant to tell you what exactly is going to happen on news, because the news could go a bunch of different ways. So be thinking about all of those, and let's cross fingers and hope for the best, and hope that whatever the news is, the market reacts to it positively. Tanton79 says, did I miss the shot? You did miss it. You'll have to rewind about 10 minutes, my friend. We asked on a poll earlier, how many of you think that AMC will pull back to the $3 max pain by market close today? 49% of you said yes, 51% of you said no. Going to be very interesting to see if the bullish buying pressure can resist that magnet pull of the max pain by the end of the day today. We got about 3 hours to go. The 200 moving average on the 1 minute is moving up. The VWAP, it's at 315 right now. The VWAP is at 313. Yes, I've said many times, don't worry about TA on a play like AMC, because when they're diluting, it really doesn't matter. I see people talking TA on this stock. They're trying to talk about algorithms. It don't effing matter. Over a chart like this, over a daily, it does not matter. But we do use it. We use it every day on our daily plan. We use it every week on our weekly plan, because you do have levels within a day. So we do watch. We watched the 13, we watched the 48 EMAs, we watched the 50 moving average, the 200, we watched the VWAP. I have the MACD and the RSI up here. I don't really use them on a daily trading basis. Sometimes a little quick glance down to the MACD, sometimes a little glance down to the RSI, but we're mostly looking for bounces off of these technical indicators up here. But pretty much all my trading's done for this week on this ticker. So I had calls. I bought them on the 15th, already sold them. And so now I'm just, I restacked my entire AMC position below $3. And now I'm just crossing fingers with you guys, hoping that the news is positive when we get it. And then we got to, we're hoping for good news, and we know that the Q1 news is just what, about 2 weeks away, Q1 earnings. Then we got to think about
You guys are hoping for good news.
What are you hoping for?
I'm just hoping nobody says nothing and we trade sideways and I make some money.
Right, well, you're making money selling covered calls, so sideways is good for you.
I love it.
I sold no covered calls this week, Mediocre. I don't know if you knew that.
I'm down for some price appreciation. Let's go, baby.
I sold no covered calls. I bought calls because I didn't want, if I was going to expect sideways action, I would have sold $3 calls this week. That's what I did last week. But I was more leaning towards we were going to have a price run up this week. So I didn't sell any covered calls. I just bought calls. We'll set a new strategy over the weekend. And if you're in the Discord, we'll share it with you.
So, Tony, you want me to tell them what I did?
Yeah.
I sold the $3 call option with 3,000 of my shares.
On what day? Monday?
For today.
You sold.
So what I did,
wait, you
when it
sold
pulled back
$3
yesterday,
covered calls today for next week?
No. I sold them expiration today.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
This week. So when we had that pullback yesterday, I bought them back for 3 cents. So I made 3 cents on that, right? And then immediately sold the 350 for next Friday.
So you're just talking pennies here, Mediocre. How are you making money on that? Oh, it's because you have
Just
a fuck ton of shares. Am I right?
Absolutely.
I laugh when people make fun of you for worrying about pennies when they have no idea how many shares you have and how much money you're actually making on those pennies. I laugh.
Yeah, they don't know. Every week I buy more shares, Tony. It's freaking awesome.
I know.
We could stay down here for a long time. I'll have a lot of shares. A real lot of shares.
Imagine running a YouTube channel while you're watching your stock melt down from $400 to $10 and telling people you can't comment if you're trading options, because I don't want to hear about your pennies. I don't want to hear about your $1,000 a week you're making trading options while I'm buying the dip and getting bled out. Imagine having a gaming channel like that, Mediocre. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, I don't know.
Some
I
people
do like
need
tuxedos.
to wake the fuck up, is what I think.
I mean, tuxedos are nice, Tony. I like them.
Tuxedos are fantastic. They're, it's really nice when they're complemented by an astronaut helmet. It's a quality look.
God.
I'm sure the ladies love it.
Listen, I dress well, Tony. I got to be honest,
I don't know. I've never seen you dressed or undressed. I've seen your face on the live stream. That's about it, Mediocre.
Do you have an astronaut helmet, Mediocre?
I do not have an astronaut helmet because I do not think we're fucking getting lift off anywhere close to the moon.
So, Mediocre, you're
Sorry,
not focusing. I just want to get this straight for people listening in, because it's good for them to hear a variety of opinions. There's 20 other channels that talk about going to the moon and squeeze prices and stuff, let's just cover a different topic here today, because this discussion is not often held. You don't think there's going to be a major squeeze run up, and that is a valid opinion. We got bears, we got people that think the company's going bankrupt, we got astronauts who think a squeeze is going to happen, and then we have people like you that are just trying to trade it and make money. What are you thinking, or what price? What's your strategy? Like, why are you even in this stock if you don't think it's going to moon?
Oh, because there's money to be made. Like, I think the company, I think it's a recovery play. I think the company is going to recover. I think there will be some price appreciation,
So you're not bearish on the industry.
No.
But you do understand that AMC is not profitable and likely won't make a profit this year, even with, well, I mean, maybe they will. I haven't done the full Q4 box office numbers yet. I think Q2, we're going to break even. I think Q3, we're going to make a profit. I need to look at Q4 before I talk out of turn.
I mean, the box office looks pretty good this year, I gotta say. Like, I think people are underestimating it a little bit. But, it's not about this year, it's about next year, right?
Right.
My thought is, if I get the bottom here, and I do my strategy, my selling calls, my swing trading, whatever it is, I rack up some funds, right? Some shares going into 2025. I think the stock price will gradually climb up, and then in 2025 we could have a profitable year. 2026 could be extremely profitable, and he's already, in my opinion, he said bankruptcy's off the table.
Yep.
Right.
And
like, that's when you and I started
I just want to add, for all of the people with the crybaby bankruptcy talk, how is this company going to go bankrupt with this year with $880 million on the balance sheet? Unless the lenders all of a sudden, after all the trouble they went through the last 3 years, decide right on the cusp of victory that they're not going to play ball anymore. How is this company going to go bankrupt with close to $1 billion on the balance sheet? Guys, I'm telling you right now. Now, I don't have a crystal ball, but I did do a video a week ago on how to predict bankruptcy. Go watch that video. Almost every
Tony,
company,
how much money are the lenders making on interest?
Exactly.
Why would they want this company to go bankrupt?
Exactly.
It's ridiculous.
They would only get pennies on the dollar on their recovery. It's dumb to think that the lenders want bankruptcy, or that AMC wants bankruptcy. But in my video, if you go watch it from a week or 10 days ago, how to predict bankruptcy, I gave you one of the key phrases to look for in a 10Q or a 10K, and that is the ongoing concern disclosure. And a company will tell you if they have liquidity concerns in the next 12 months. They will disclose it in advance. And almost every bankruptcy that I covered in that video, as I recall, disclosed an ongoing concern risk 3 to 9 months before they went bankrupt. If they see it coming, they must disclose it. And AMC, guess what they had? They had the opposite of that. They said, we have no ongoing concern risk. So all these people talking about bankruptcy, I am quite sure they don't understand finance. They don't understand much. And they certainly didn't read the 10Q or couldn't talk about accounting stuff like ongoing concern disclosures. I wish Sufyan was in here or one of our resident CPAs in the Discord to talk about ongoing concern. But if you're a CPA, if you're a finance major, you know what I'm talking about. But y'all want to go listen to the crybabies, the emotional traders. Keep it up. Keep it up and let me know how that works out.
Yeah. So Tony, I mean, I just really think that they're going to come back, and I think that I can generate a lot of income based off of not having to worry about bankruptcy, right? Just being able to work my strategies and play the game. And as long as I can do that, I'll create my own mother of all short squeezes. I'll make the same money.
Mediocre. Having said what I just said about Chapter 11, would you say that in our collective group, our Discord group, are we oblivious to the fact that bankruptcy is still a possibility? Like over the long term?
Absolutely not.
It is a possibility, right?
Right, absolutely it is. Anything could happen. COVID could happen. You know, they could shut us down again or some crazy stuff like that. You know, we don't know.
The lenders could they could just say we're not playing ball anymore. They could, but it's a low probability. The other thing
I agree, it's low.
The other thing that I would worry about as a trader and investor is future box office, right? We being bullish, Mediocre, Rolf, myself, many others, we believe that the box office is going to improve in 2025, and we believe it's going to improve even more in 2026, which makes bankruptcy even a more remote possibility. But if our beliefs end up being incorrect, then we will have to change our view on things, right?
Exactly. It's ever changing. We look every day for new filings, new information.
Every day we wake up and look at things fresh, and not with rose-colored glasses, with the shit-colored reality glasses. When you can see through the shit, you can actually see pretty clearly, believe it or not.
Rolf, what do you think about that? He's gone.
He's still here. He's on mute.
Yeah.
Cigar King says, did anyone really believe AMC would ever go above 50? I saw videos posted this week, Cigar King, with $60 price targets. I see people talking $1,000 price targets. Yes, people actually believe that. I have my price targets for a profitable year. They're not in that range.
You guys want to know what I do? And I believe Tony does this too. I constantly go over the market cap at what the stock price is trading at and how big the float outstanding is, right? That to me matters more than anything, because you're not going to have a company that's worth $6 billion and not expect shorts to come in. It's just not going to happen. If the market cap gets too high, it attracts the shorts. I don't think that people comprehend that. It makes the company overvalued. And when something's overvalued, they're going to come in and they're going to take advantage of that.
Right. And that's the problem, Mediocre, is a lot of people have refused to admit that the company was overvalued at 70, 60, 50, 40, 30, 20, 10. Right now, I think we're very close to what the market would consider fair value for a non-profitable company. And that fair value is based on expectations of things getting better. We've been beaten down. We've been beaten down below $1 billion market cap, but we're not going to get beaten down to 400 million, like 250 million, like in 2020 when there were no movies. I mean, we're sitting on the cusp of increasing quarters and increasing next 2 years. It just doesn't make sense to beat it down. The risk for the shorts is really, really high unless they know something we don't know about more dilution.
Get this thing to $60 and watch how many shorts come in.
Oh yeah, on a run up there'll be shorts coming in. LSX 454 says, when do you think the shorts will get out of the play? At the point where things look, where the seesaw starts tilting to AMC can get cash flow positive and positive EPS. That's when it becomes a bad play for them. We're not quite there yet. So you see the shorts increasing. But at the point where that tips it becomes really risky for them. Then they're betting just on box office not recovering. And I get it. That's a valid bet. You can have that thesis. I hear it from people every day. The box office is never recovering, yada, yada, yada. Maybe so. Well, I mean, only time will tell. But I can see what analysts are predicting for 2025 and 2026, and I can make my own risk assessment. And then we'll see. But I'm not ignoring the risk, guys. I want to be clear. I'm not ignoring the risk. I don't have I didn't mortgage my house and sell my retirement plan and put it all in AMC. I'm very aware of the risk, and I want you to be the same. It's okay to be bullish as long as you understand the risk. So that I don't want to hear you join in the crowd of people crying a year from now, it didn't work out. If some of the risks that are listed in the risk factors of a 10Q come true, it might not work out. But we make our best bet based on what risk we are willing to entertain, and size your play accordingly. This is the fun of playing a play like this is if you can do your own DD and you think that the people that are betting against the company at this price are going to be incorrect, then the reward will be commensurate with the risk that you took. On the downside, if we're wrong, we're going to get screwed. So that's why you size your risk accordingly. You have a exit plan if things don't work out. Remember back in the day, mediocre? There were one thing specifically that I remember people saying that I think, unfortunately, a lot of people didn't pay attention to. Don't put into this play what you're not willing to lose. Remember that, mediocre?
Absolutely, I remember that.
Now, all of the crybabies clearly put more into it than they were willing to lose because they're crying every day on Twitter, blaming everybody else but themselves because clearly they put more into it than they were willing to lose. This is a speculative play. You got to play it smart.
Just for the record, I'm not telling anybody to, really play options or whatever. I'm just trying to get people to educate themselves, right? And actually educate themselves so they can understand the play better for themselves and protect their position. That's ultimately why I speak
out. Rob says, I buy the chart. This is just a trading vehicle way overdue for a squeeze. Yeah, if there is some news, Rob, if there is some good news from AMC, and from what I understand, the shorts are pretty levered up right now. If there's some good news, you could see a nice little pop. But we also are telling ourselves in our group, if there's a pop, you need to be willing to take some profits. I'm not saying liquidate your position, but if it gets overvalued, you know what's going to happen. One of two things. The shorts are going to come in heavy. Some of them will close, driving the price up. Some of them have plenty of liquidity, plenty of margin. They'll just double down. How that works out, I don't know. But there's going to be people trying to short it in any run-up. And on top of that, AMC still got $4 billion in debt and 200 million more shares they can sell. And if I was in charge of AMC and the price started running up, I can guarantee you I would sell shares into a run-up. Now, you might say Adam Aaron's trying to kill the squeeze. I would say he's doing his job. Take advantage of market conditions handed to him like a brick of gold on a golden platter to take advantage of a price run-up pay off some debt or to bolster the liquidity position on the balance sheet. So that's what I'm going to be keeping in the back of my mind if there is any push up.
I'm going to step aside for a second, Tony.
Yep. RA says, Tony, I sold some options a week ago. Do you think they're fine to hold? Tell me a little more, RA. What strike price did you sell, and what's the expiration? Jeffrey says, can we look at the broader market? Yeah. It's been mostly down, Jeffrey. Sorry, I haven't been checking it in the last hour. The NASDAQ is down 1.5%. This is just amazing to me that AMC is moving like this on a shit day in the markets. Tony, we told you, negative beta, Tony. Something is brewing. Something is brewing. Some news is out there that we don't know about. The NASDAQ's down 1.5%. SPY is down about 0.5% on the day. Just been getting obliterated on the SPY with no sign of a turnaround. Tesla 149 down 0.5%. Netflix down, oh my gosh, 557, another 8% from market close yesterday. GameStop trading at 1039, Hycroft at 388. Hycroft is up 8% today. I'm assuming gold prices are pushing up. Haven't looked at them. Finger, oh man, I got some finger puts I need to close out. Hang on one second, guys. Hang on. Let me pull this ticker up and see how it's going to finish the day. I sold half of my finger puts a couple days ago for 300% gain. I kept a couple of them. That is free money at that point in case it pushed down some more. It's not going to push down enough for me to make 300% on the remaining. But I would like to not get them zeroed out, if you know what I mean. They expire today. I have some more that expire a month from now, but I got to deal with the ones that expire today. Let's see where we're at. $3 puts. I need it to go down 8 cents to not get zeroed out on what I kept. If I get zeroed out on what I kept, my total gains will be 150% instead of 300. So the question is it going to get routed the rest of the day? I guess I got about 2.5 hours to find out. It's not quite low enough for me to sell them yet. I'd be fine selling them for break even, but if I can make a couple extra pennies, that's cool. Let me put that up on my top chart here where I can keep an eye on it. Roadrunner says, someone knows something. It sure seems like it, right? With the price action we've had this week. My leading theory is the lenders are working with AMC to sign a debt restructuring contingent on AMC completing the $250 million cash raise. And they've known since the beginning of this week that deal was done or almost done. And so any lender that was short on AMC stopped shorting and went long, or just stopped shorting. That'd be enough. When you have the shorts get out of the play, some of them, and you have AMC done with dilution, you get this sort of upward momentum that doesn't make sense unless you think about why does it make sense. Now, I could be completely wrong. I'm just trying to figure it out, just like you guys. RA says his break even is at 305 and his expiration is 524. I don't have any other call options other than the ones expiring today, which I already took profits on. But I would tell you, I've talked to other traders in our group that have options expiring next week into next month, and they are holding, hoping for good news. I can't give you any specific trading advice, but I can tell you what they're doing. If I was holding any that expired after today, I probably also, and I'm a risk taker, I would be holding them and hope for good news. If it's bad news, you know, you're going to get screwed. If it's good news, I think you'll do okay. Not financial advice, not trading advice. You asked the question, you wanted my opinion. That's what I would do, and that's what others in our group are doing. They are holding at the moment. None of us have a crystal ball. We're, you know, some of us like to gamble. RA says, I wrote those options. Okay, you wrote them. So you have $3 strikes, I'm assuming. You wrote covered calls at $3 with a break even at 305. Ethan says, I'm actually clairvoyant. That's a tougher call, RA. That is a tougher call. We had other people in our group. I did not sell any covered calls this week because I was expecting a run up, but we had people that did, and they managed to, they sold them early in the week, got a good premium, and when the price ducked down yesterday, they got out of their covered calls. They took a little hit, you know, they had to buy them back, but they still came out at a profit on the total trade. So we're a little bit nervous that the price could keep moving up. And what I mean is, if you sold covered calls at $3, it would be justifiable to be nervous that you might lose your shares over the next week or two. Depends on the news. Depends on the news. Have I ever heard about FLJ? Have not. $0.53. This is not the type of chart that I typically like to talk about on this channel. Back in the day, we had a rule that we would not talk about stocks like this. What do you like about it? That'd be my starting point. Jay Medro says, why do you use 1348 on EMA and 5020 MA? I've just found, you know, I've tried a bunch of different things, Jay, different moving averages, and I found that the price on the 1 minute and the 5 minute, even the hourly and the daily, it tends to respect those levels. So for me, I just like it because it's given me typically very solid trading signals, like when to enter or exit a play, plus some support and resistance levels. Now, some people in our group use a 13 and 48 moving average, not an EMA, or they'll use a 50 and 200 EMA, not the moving average. I think you're just, you know, you're splitting hairs at that point. the important thing is find some indicators that work for you, do some back testing, look back at the chart and on different intervals that you typically use for your trading and see if those indicators are giving you reliable signals. There's no right or wrong. I can only have so many. So I know some of y'all like using shorter intervals. I don't want my chart too cluttered up. I'm not trying to day trade, 5-minute ticks. I'm trying to get a good entry and a good exit. And I'm typically, at least right now, holding things for more than a day. So I use these same technical indicators on pretty much every stock. Rob says DJT is now the meme stock. What is that? Future? DJT, definitely. Man, when I saw the news this morning that I heard about it yesterday, and then it made the press today that they wrote investors a letter saying, and they complained, I guess, about naked shorts, and make sure you DRS your shares. I was like, holy shit, man. We got the conspiracy people in charge of this fucking company. Now, who knows? Maybe they're right. Maybe it's not a conspiracy. But the fact that the company would come out of the gate just a few days into trading with that kind of news, I was like, wow. Never seen this before. Hope it works out. I'm interested in trading DJT just for a momentum trade. I avoided all of this. Would have been a nice run up to participate in. I'm not thrilled with their financials at all, but I definitely would not count them out as a momentum trade based on Trump winning the election and just the news cycle and people wanting to support Trump, even though that's a silly reason to buy a stock in a very risky business like a social media company. I would say don't count that out. Just have a smart trading plan. And if you've been trading it and you're in the green and you're on the house money, knock yourself out. I'm looking at it. I've been looking at it. In fact, I was going to do a video on it yesterday and the day before, and I got distracted with Tesla and Netflix. I only have so many free hours in the day, but what a beautiful, yeah. I was looking at it in pre-market here at $22 fucking. And I did a Tesla video instead of DJT. If I had done a DJT video that morning, I would have freaking bought it right here, $23. I don't win them all. I don't win them all. Hey, Zeus, what is going on? PBM says, Tony, what's your best guess on stock price as loan negotiations went well? My best guess, just a guess, is that the dilution is likely been done for a couple days. And my secondary guess is that it is tied to a debt negotiation deal. My third guess is we will get a dual announcement. I got 3 guesses. I got 3 chances to be correct. If I get all 3 of those guesses correct, I'll do 3 shots with you after hours. How about that? And then I will surely pass out when we go watch the movie later tonight. Yeah, I saw that. Andrew, True Social, Slam Ken Griffin called him out. Look, I support anybody that is willing to go to bat and try and get some transparency on this. I mean, if DJT is willing to take up the flag and run into the battlefield, nobody else. I mean, I've been watching Wes Christian and these guys for 3 years. Nobody has been able to get anything done. No CEOs really have gotten anything done. We've watched Jeremy Frommer and what's that other guy from Genius, GNS. We've watched all these guys try and fight it, and no one's been successful, but most of them have failing companies. So they're starting from weak ground. If DJT can make some headway, I think that'd be fantastic. I'd love to hear somebody reveal some real info, just like you guys would. The problem is everybody we have carrying the banner for us is they're getting shorted, even if whether it's naked shorts or not, they're all getting shorted because of the financial health of their company. So it's weak ground to start from. You got to have deep pockets and a lot of patience to go fight that battle. Maybe DJT can win it for us. That'd be cool. MC, how you doing, brother? Long time no see. He says, I thought AMC's little run is mainly due to options today. Yeah, I mean, it could be due to options. It could be due to no more selling pressure from AMC. Could be due to some institutions going long. Could be a combination of everything. And I'll add a little FOMO spice into the mix. I'll take all of it. But Max Payne today is $3. So we just ran a poll asking if it's going to get pushed down by the end of the day. It was 50-50. Half of you think that it's going to get pushed down to Max Payne. Half think we can hold. I would love to see a 10% close on the day and then a good news 8K. We're going to be partying it up this weekend, ladies and gentlemen. Douglas says DJT financials are a nightmare, nothing more than a scam. I'm not gonna disagree with you, amigo. I looked at the financials. I would never play DJT thinking this is a winning play based on their financials. It is, and we have a lot of these that you guys like to talk about. There are plays that are horrible financially, but great momentum-wise. They're great trades if you're smart about it. Get a good entry, get out on run-ups, try and play on house money. Forget about any price targets that anybody gives you. When you're in the green, take some off the table. Be a smart momentum trader. Careful about buying on ridiculous run-ups, because the shorts are waiting for you up there. They're waiting to smack it down. Let's see how our hourly volume looks. We're at on the day 22 million. The volume has been decreasing. We had a little bit of increased volume on the last hour. Let's check the 30-minute. We're still able to hold this price even on decreasing volume. I kind of like it. I'm not gonna lie. Kind of like it. On the 30-minute, if we can get a cross right here on the 1348, maybe we get a push up. into the end of the day. We'll have to see how this 30-minute candle and the next one play out. On the 5-minute, still looking good. 1 minute looks good. Let me check the old MACD here. 1 minute's fine. 5 minutes is trending negative. 30 minutes looks bullish. Anybody's guess how the end of this day works out? I'd be nervous if I was a short. I'd be nervous if I was buying in right here. I'm just sitting fat, dumb, and happy with a cost basis under $3 and praying for the best along with you guys. Jack Wolf, what's going on, amigo? Ow! Coco Mojo says everything is about to change for AMC reset beginning. I hope so. I hope that people can, look, I hope for two things: that we get some good news on dilution done and the debt restructuring. And then I hope that the Q1 bad news that I'm expecting, and all of you guys probably know about, is already baked in at this level, and that we can hold the price, even if I think that all of this dilution is exactly about that. Adam's going to say, look, Q1 sucked. We lost money. We burned cash, but we just replenished it. And the future is nothing but rainbows and unicorns. Every quarter for the rest of this year looks better, and 2025 looks even better. I'm hoping that that's what this dilution was about. So he's going to have to say Q1 was bad, but here's what we got now. How do you like me now? So we'll see. Coco Mojo says the shorts won't give up. They will continue until they change sides. Yep. We talked about that maybe an hour ago, Coco. Someone asked me, when will the shorts get out of this damn play already? They're going to be stubborn until the teeter-totter changes the balance. And it looks like this company has nothing but break even or cash flow positive quarters ahead. Once they are convinced of that, it becomes a very stupid short. So right now, they're either not convinced or they think there is going to be more dilution. Once that changes, if they are wrong, I think we have potential for the price to push up, because they are suppressing it based on their belief. They're shorting it. And, until they're convinced otherwise, they're gonna keep doing that. So it's a tick tock, and hope for good news. Only time will tell who is gonna be right here. Do your own due diligence. Make your own choices. I don't have a crystal ball, but I am more bullish than not. Notion says, do you think this dilution round is complete? I think it is complete just based on the price action, but I'll show you our tracking spreadsheet. We've been tracking this since the 28th or so, based on, there's two basic models that AMC has used. One is just selling 10% of the daily volume. If this is the model they're using, they're not close to done. But the price action tells me something different. So I think that they may be more in a scenario 2, where they front loaded heavy at a higher price on the 28th and the 1st on heavy volume. In which case, if they're not done yet, this model would say that they're about 92% done by the end of the day today. I might be completely done already for all I know. I'm just doing this for myself and my Discord and occasionally for you guys so you can see what I'm looking at as I make my weekly decisions on what I'm going to do. But I think we're getting close. If we're not done yet, I think this is a more likely scenario than this. But nothing is official till they tell us, and then we'll do the fact checking on these two. I can tell you that they've done both. They've done both. I don't know which one they're doing now. But the price action makes me want to think that they're done or very close to done. As far as when did they do both, I went and modeled both of those scenarios right here. Scenario 1 happened in September. Sorry, scenario 2. Scenario 2 happened in September. They sold a bunch of shares here on the first day. And they were done in 7 days. Scenario 1, which is they just sell 10% of the daily volume at the VWAP, that happened in November 8th to December 11th, 2023. Hang on, I got back feed audio from my iPad. On this window, they sold 10% of the daily volume. If you add up all these bars, it almost exactly matches. The total volume to the dilution shares was about 10%. So we'll find out. We'll find out soon enough. Chris says, Tony, do you think Adam Aaron dropped something after hours today? I will tell you, Chris, that I have a thumbnail and a live stream ready to go if he does. We're going to wrap this one up at market close. I'm going to take a break for 5 minutes, come back and check for an 8K, and if there's news, we're going to go live again. Michael says, which companies are you looking at? I've done some videos on ones that I'm looking at, Michael. I also was looking at DJT, but I did not freaking buy it on Wednesday. Just as a momentum trade. I'm looking at Tesla. If it comes down to 100, I'd be interested. I haven't set a price target for, I'll show you my Tesla chart. So we're at, let me get rid of these. We are approaching the 78% retracement on Tesla. So last time I bought it was down here around, I forget the exact price I bought in, 103, 105, 101, I forget. I sold it into this run up. I did not sell at the top. I sold long before it went to 299. But the important thing is I want you guys to not be afraid to take gains and understand when something is overvalued. So as it ran up, I've been telling you guys for a long time, since July of 2023, I was going to wait for it to pull down. And one day when they had bad news, it would pull down severely. So I've been waiting. I've been waiting to buy back in. If it tests 144 and drops below it, then we could easily go back down to 100. And mostly that is going to depend on what Tesla says on the 23rd. So I will be live streaming the earnings with you guys here on the channel on 23rd. If he surprises me with some good news, then maybe we just bounce off of 144. If it's not great news, we already know the deliveries, but you never know what Elon's going to say. So depending on what happens, we continue the bearish cycle or we start a new bullish cycle. I lean towards more we continue the bearish cycle in the short term. And with the rundown on Netflix, I haven't traded Netflix in years, and it's had a hell of a run. But if they pull down enough, might consider that. If you want to know the latest on Netflix, watch my video from last night going over why they're dropping right now. I see Finger is approaching $3. Come on, baby. 2 hours to hit $3. That's all we need. Finger. I bought puts on Finger. When was it? About a week ago. This run up right here, believe it or not, I think around 380. This was the day they announced they're getting some bonus warrants. And I was like, I don't think people understand what this means. And you guys ran the price up too high. So I bought puts at $3 expiring this week. And I have some more expiring a month from now in case I was wrong on the timing. Because this one is stubborn. I mean, there's a lot of people getting tricked by the hopium pushers on Finger. Sometimes it takes longer to push down than I anticipate. So I bought some puts expiring this week. I already sold half of them, 300% gain. Trying to dump the rest today, and then I got some more for any extra push down that expire in a month. So I'm gonna be fine. But don't let me forget to close those out. In fact, I should probably set an alarm. Alert at 3:01. I can get the heck out. Take a gain on the remaining portion of today's puts. Let's say 3:02. GameStop up today 1.5%, 10.46. Hycroft up 5.8%, 3.79. I'm assuming that gold is running still based on the Israel news. Let me just check that real quick. 2409. And it reached a high today, it looks like, of about, well, we're close to the high, 2409. $24.15 was the high. Wow. Michael says Netflix dropping helps the movie theaters. I mean, here's how I would rephrase that. Netflix, they lowered their guidance for this year. They lowered their guidance on revenue for this year. So in a sense, you could say they're not going to do as well as people thought. It kind of throws a little bit of water on streamers are doing great. I mean, they're doing good. Don't get me wrong. 13 to 15% revenue growth is not bad, but it's not as high as people were expecting for this year. So all right, let's put the AMC chart back up. Ethan says 15% chance we go over 350. Man, that would be nice. We are pushing down here on this 5-minute candle. And this is a key support level right here at 321 for the day. Down below that, we've got the 50 at 317. We got the VWAP at 313. So those would be what I'd be watching and hoping we don't blow below those. But let's see if we can hang out here. 322. MC says, I hope for a lower low to spend the rest of my dry powder. Did you buy any below $3, my friend? Notion says, should have bought more at 250. I know. My cheapest buy-in, I always hear people lying, saying, Tony always says he bought at the bottom. I did not buy at the bottom on AMC. I wish I would have bought at 238. But I did buy some at 261, and I had sold some puts at $3, which is why I wasn't like loading up at 238. I knew I was going to get assigned on a bunch of puts, so I got a whole mess of new shares from the puts I sold, and my premium I collected on those was 16 to 18 cents, making my cost basis on those about 382. So I'm in good shape under $3, but I did not get the absolute bottom. Rest assured, I am pulling in a positive direction just like all of you guys, hoping for good news, hoping for some upward momentum. Michael says, buy what at the bottom? AMC, I think, is what we're talking about. And then we hope for good news, MC, and hope that that was the bottom and that we don't have to think about those numbers in the twos again. If they got some news that we're not expecting, like dilutive debt restructuring, then we'll have to assess that at the moment they announce it. Jesus says, like clockwork, here comes the drop. Remember, max pain this week is $3, so about half of you in the earlier poll said you do expect a retracement back down to $3. Wouldn't surprise me. Anything above a $3 close is a good close for this week. We opened at $2.89. Would not be surprising to me to see a retracement back down to the VWAP at least. The daily VWAP right now is at what? Around 313 on the hourly. So we shall see. 2 hours to go. Now, those of y'all who haven't been tuning into the channel in a while, maybe listening elsewhere, you'll notice there's a lot of numbers that we're not looking at because, in my opinion, all that other nonsense don't frickin' matter. Only two things that matter. How much is AMC selling? What's that extra pressure? And what's happening on the chart in this particular day? All those other numbers that people look at don't matter until we know the resolution, at least, of the dilution. We need to know that that's done. Then we can start focusing on some other stuff. MC Guten Tag. I didn't know you were in Germany. MC says he's waiting for Nick's call on the macro bottom. Yeah, I check in with Nick from time to time. This week, I'm glad I didn't listen to him. I mean, I don't ever make my trading decisions on what anyone else is saying, MC, you know that. I had my own call early this week of what was going to happen, and that's why I bought those $3 calls on the 15th. I was anticipating a upward momentum this week. Does that mean that, you know, a new low could happen in our future? It could. I'm trying to take it week by week, my friend. And we need some freaking news. We need some news, Adam. Come on, man. I know y'all got a big community over there. What happened to our friend over there? Isn't Jordan in the German community? Do you know him, MC? The one that's working with Al from Boston? I haven't heard from him lately. Rolf says, let's frickin' go.
I got a fever. And the only prescription is more cowbell.
Give me that cowbell, baby. We'll break out the cowbell if by some miracle we hit 350 today. We'll break out the cowbell in another shot. MC says he does not know Jordan. Michael says we need AA to give good news and not more dilution news. I honestly, guys, this is my truth, my opinion. I don't see why. We were having a raging debate in the Discord just a day or two ago about people were worried or convinced even in our group that there's going to be more dilution this year. I think it's a healthy discussion if you can have the discussion as an adult. Unfortunately, a lot of the people that are screaming more dilution are can't have an adult discussion. But this is my opinion. The 250 million raise that he's doing now was tied to a debt restructuring deal, and he wanted to get it out of the way, even though everyone said, Tony, he's never going to dilute at $4.30. I was thinking, look, Q1 is going to suck. The cash burn is going to suck. The price is going to get dropped. Even if he didn't do the dilution, the price was going to get smacked. So he took the initiative to replace that cash with this dilution before the price got dropped. I am convinced we'd be here below $3, even if he did nothing, based on bad Q1 news and $250 million cash burn. That is my opinion. You don't have to agree. We would have been here either way. So he got ahead of it, raised a bunch of cash. He's going to replenish the Q1 cash burn. And I think there'll be minimal cash burn the rest of this year if things go according to how I'm seeing them. So he's setting himself up for success the rest of this year into next year. I don't see the need for any more dilution unless there is some lender requirement that I don't know about. And there is no more liquidity test. There is no more liquidity test. AMC is not renewing its revolving credit facility. So You don't have lenders breathing over your back saying you got to have 100 million on the balance sheet. I still see people talking about liquidity test. As far as I know, liquidity test was tied to the revolving credit facility, which AMC told us they're not renewing. They're not renewing that credit card. So I don't know why. I don't know why they do more dilution unless one of these next 3 quarters is horrible. Why would they need it? Give me a good reason why they'd need it. Ed Mirren wants to bankrupt us. He wants to take all our shares. Lord, don't even get me started with those people. I can't have a discussion with someone that doesn't understand finance and a balance sheet. Cash flow statement. That's why I don't even waste my time. Is another ape dividend going to be announced? I don't see the need for that either. They still have 200 million shares, Volkstoy. Even when this dilution is complete, they'll have over 200 million shares to play with if needed. Ape and the whole reverse split came last year because they were out of shares, they were out of options, they were desperate for cash, and they called an audible and they pulled out a play from the trick playbook to save the company from Chapter 11 and do an equity raise. Was it good for us? Well, clearly not. But we're not in bankruptcy. We're not wiped to zero. We live to play another day. They still have 200 plus million shares to play with. I don't see any sensible argument that would say ape would come back. Volkstoy says, I hear the first ape is still trading. I mean, I can only tell you the DD I've done, my friend. I see the people saying it's trading in Mexico. Look, the QSIP is canceled. You can go on the FINRA database and look in the non-ATS trading records. It has not traded since it was canceled. There's tangible data from FINRA that it's not trading. I can't tell you what's happening in Mexico. I don't effing care. The QSIP was canceled. If Mexico has one and they're doing something with it, I don't care. It has no value. It's not something I spend my time worrying about. I'm focused on the ticker right in front of me and making money. I don't have time to worry about that nonsense. The company canceled it. It's gone. Any plans to visit San Antonio with the family for Fiesta? Man, I used to go down there when I was single a lot in my younger days for Fiesta. I don't know. Is that where you're at? We haven't talked about it. I like going. I do like going down there for that. Haven't been in a while. I also like going down to New Braunfels for the Oktoberfest, and I have not done that in a while. But yeah, what are the dates of Fiesta this year? I will talk to the wife. See, I got to see. She works at a hospital. She's got a different schedule every day and every week. Sorry, sometimes it includes a Saturday work day. So we'd have to look at the schedule and see if she is working that day or not. First day of Fiesta starts today. All right. Well, she is off today, and I know she's going to a yoga class this afternoon, and we have a movie scheduled for tonight. She's working tomorrow, And I don't know her Sunday schedule yet, but I will ask. I think we picked today for movie night, date night, because she's working this weekend, but I honestly don't remember on Sunday. Yeah, next time you're up here, Volksoy, hit me up. I'll come meet you down on Rainy Street for a drink. I'll bring Scarlett if she's off work. We like Rainy Street. It's a bit of a hassle with the parking, but you know that if you're driving up from San Antonio. It's pretty badass if you live down there, though. I tell you what, you got a downtown condo. I'm not a big fan of 6th Street anymore. It was different in the 80s and 90s. It's a little bit dangerous now. But if we're out downtown, Rainy Street is kind of our speed. Or, back in the day, 7-8 years ago, we used to go to West 6th Street, where the more high-end bars are. Dirty 6th Street? Yeah, you're likely to get shot down there. I took my wife and her friend Danielle down there for South by Southwest a few years ago. They're like, Tony, we really want to go to South by Southwest for the music weekend. And we went down there. And as soon as we got down there, like, Tony, can you get us out of here? I don't feel comfortable. Likely to be a shootout and likely to be featured on YouTube, 6th Street fights. It's bad. I told my son, he goes to college down there near 6th Street. I was like, please tell me you're not hanging out down there on 6th Street. I don't know where he goes. I don't remember what he answered, but hopefully he's at some frat house party somewhere safer than downtown. I honestly think he's probably not out partying a lot. I mean, he's 3rd year in on a 5-year program to get his bachelor's and master's, and he's booking straight A's. So I would assume, now he's not a nerd, but I would assume he's not spending a majority of his time out drinking on 6th Street based on his grades. Best Music of 2023 says, you are lying. You said in your live stream you bought 3,500 shares. Hang on one second. Because I don't lie to you guys on the live stream, but I'm going to bring in some backup here. Hey, mediocre. Can you come over to the to my voice chat, please? We got some gossip we need to clean up here.
Got to do some chitting and some chatting.
Let's do some chitting and chatting with these lying trolls in the chat. Rolf, how you doing?
Doing great, thanks. I had to step away for lunch.
Rolf, how long you know me?
A couple of years, I guess.
Have I ever disclosed my position to you? My position size?
Not that I can think of offhand.
Now, I'm wondering, I'd like to get a second on that from Mediocre, because I talk to him all day, every day.
I would say you cover a lot of things on your YouTube channel, but I don't ever know what you have. I don't think you ever say, after you cover something, I'm in this. Or maybe occasionally you might say you're in something or out of something, but I can't ever recall you saying I have, this much of that thing.
I'm waiting for a second on that from Mediocre.
No, you never tell me what exactly you do. You don't tell me you have this amount of shares at this price, blah, blah, blah.
These friends of mine that I talk to all day, every day, don't know how many shares of anything that I own, any ticker. I will tell them all the time, I'm going in, I'm going out, I'm buying this, I'm buying that, selling. I have never disclosed to anybody how many shares of something I have, of any ticker. That's just a rule on my channel. So I don't know where this nonsense is coming up, Mediocre. Best Music saying, you said in your live stream, Tony, you bought 3,500 shares and covered calls. I think he's confused. Can you?
I think he was talking about my position for this week.
Your position. So how did this story get twisted from what you said to what I said? Because why?
I have no idea.
Because
I'm
why?
just
Because
speculating.
this dipshit is either the one putting out the false tweets, or he's subscribed to the dipshit that is putting out the false tweets. And we all know who the dipshit is. Right?
Look,
I will
all
say,
know-
let me say to Best Music, if it was in a live stream, then it's here on YouTube, right? Everything's here.
I
Go
can
pull up the
guarantee you
clip
it's
and
not
let's
there.
see it.
I can guarantee you it's not there. I did not say that because I do not disclose my position. I think it's very bad practice for a YouTuber to influence you guys by saying how much of something they have, because it could lead
Absolutely
you to
agree.
follow them. Maybe you don't have the same risk tolerance as me.
Yeah,
I'll take the heat. It was me who said my position on the live that day, and I regret saying it. But it was a true statement. I had 3,400 shares. It wasn't even 35 shares that I purchased at 268, which are obviously in the money. That's as much as I'm going to talk about it. But those aren't the only shares I own. Those shares are up for taking as soon as they get exercised on.
Yeah, pull up the
Whenever that
video.
happens.
Pull up the video, the date and the timestamp, and we'll play it here. Where I said I have 3,500 shares. Fucking liars, man.
Yeah,
Some of
that
y'all
did
need
not
to-
happen.
Some of y'all need to slow down on the crack pipe.
I'm the only one who disclosed their position. I'll say that on the live stream. I know that for a fact.
Guys, there are a lot of people that say a lot of lies about me, and you got to be very careful who you're listening to out there. And this guy is probably one of them. And I think we all know who he is, or we know who he's tuning into.
Well, I don't know who we're talking about, and I don't really care either.
Well, I saw someone tweet it, Mediocre, and he's just repeating the same info. So more than likely, this is the guy.
Gotcha. All I do know is I trade what I trade, and sometimes I'm vocal about what I'm doing, but not because I'm trying to influence anybody. I'm just an honest guy, right? But I don't want to come on YouTube and tell everybody my exact position, but trust me, it's a very large position.
I think I don't like anyone. You know, I see people on Twitter saying, "Oh, I bought $30,000 worth of Tesla calls today and sold them for $70,000 and made a $35,000 gain." I will like his tweets. I will appreciate his profits. But as a content creator, when I see people doing that, I'm thinking, now if someone is listening to me and all they've got to their name is $35,000 and they think they can copy my trade tomorrow and it goes the other way and he gets wiped out. When you see people posting gains and dollar amounts like that, it is very tempting for them to try and copy you. And I think that is very dangerous. That is why I don't do it. I don't talk about my position size.
I don't do any of that, Tony, other than in my Discord. I talk to the people
Even
in my
in my
Discord.
Discord, where I disclose my trades, every trade I make, I don't put the quantity for the exact same reason. Everybody has a different risk tolerance. Everybody has a different intellect, emotion, experience on trading, and I can't take the risk of influencing people with a trade size. You got to make up your own mind on your trade size. Just had a conversation with a new member yesterday or the day before. He's like, "Well, Tony, I don't really have that much money to build up a new position. How much do you think I need?" I'm like, I want you to stop thinking about the quantity and start focusing on the gain percentage. Because whether you have 1,000, 100, or 10,000, you decide how much you're willing to risk and focus on making the gains on it. Don't focus on a dollar amount. All of you, if all you have is $500 and you make 10% a week, that 20% a week, whatever, you're beating the indexes.
That's our goal.
Beat the indexes is the goal.
Right, Rolf?
I'm 100% on board with that. And it's all about percentage gains, like Tony said, because everybody's bankroll is different and their trading style is different, their tolerances are different. But percentage is a good way to measure your relative success across the board.
Rolf, did you make a spreadsheet?
I am the king of spreadsheets. I got spreadsheets for every purpose. I've got a spreadsheet. My favorite one currently is my return on investment spreadsheet, where you can plug in your numbers for any current trade and see what your return on investment is. And you can do some projections with that data as well.
Nate says, is there any news behind AMC's price jump? Not yet, but we have a live stream ready to go after hours, Nate. Stay tuned. We'll see. We'll see if there's news today. I've been waiting for it every day this week. Ethan says, Tony forced me at knife point to buy Mullen. The funniest thing for me, Ethan, is hearing the GameStop YouTubers saying I was pumping Mullen because I provided coverage on it. Look, if you see a thumbnail on my channel and you want to open your mouth and comment on it, you better actually watch the video first, because providing coverage on something is not promoting it. In fact, I'm pretty sure I said in every video, stay fucking far away from Mullen. It is just hilarious to me how people make shit up without knowing what they're talking about. Raul says, I'm in the house ready for some shots. What are we drinking, Tony? Who are we kicking out? All right. We got several shot targets. We already did one at 325. Next one is at 350. And if that doesn't happen, which I don't think is going to happen, we have 3 shot chances after hours today. Here's what I'm willing to do. If we get an announcement on dilution done, that is a shot. If we get an announcement on the debt restructuring being done, that is a shot. And if the combined announcements send the price up to 350, that is the 3rd shot. That's the deal.
You guys, you want to know what would be great if a lot of you guys who are out here in the YouTube chat, if you guys joined us on Discord, like in voice conversations, I think you guys would really, really enjoy that. I'm just going to put that out there.
Yeah, I mean,
because we talk a lot.
It makes me so irritated, mediocre, to hear all these people creating stories based off things that someone who's lying to them tells them when we're here sitting 6.5-hour days talking about this stuff in real life. And nothing, I hear very few truthful things told about me and a lot of lies. And so thank you. You guys talk to me all day, every day. Everyone that has a badge next to their name, which I don't see too many in the chat right now, hear my views all day, every day in the Discord. And unfortunately, all of y'all out in Twitter and YouTube land are subject to not hearing actual facts about me or my trading. You just get snippets from all the dipshits out there, the clickbaiters, the haters, the trolls, the emotional crybabies. Tony's paid. Tony's trading against you. Fuck off. All of y'all fuck off. You don't know what the F you're saying. You're just creating drama and stories in their own head because they don't like me for whatever reason. Too much winning over here, mediocre, for these guys. They hate us. They hate us because they hate us.
I like my Mac too, buddy. I think that's a good one. I don't disagree with that statement.
Yeah, IMAX has a good, interesting business model that I kind of like.
I mean, me and Steven were talking late last night, and I mean, the box office in Q3, man, holy shit, dude.
I actually, I would consider, I haven't looked at an entry on IMAX, but of all the movie companies, it's clearly the safest one. Just from a financial perspective, it is the safest one. I haven't looked at the chart to see where they could go and what a safe entry is. Maybe, they have earnings coming up, Cinemark and IMAX. If I'm not mistaken, maybe it's time to look and see. But on the same flip side, like I'm already in a theater company, do I really want to own another one? Now I have industry risk. I get too much in. I own Cinemark, AMC, and IMAX. Now I'm completely exposed to industry risk. I'm looking for other investments in different sectors. Damn good play.
Ethan, I like it, buddy. You're using your noggin.
What'd he say?
Ethan says selling calls and puts seems to be the safest way to make a consistent profit in the market.
Yeah. That's what we talk about every weekend, Ethan, on many different tickers, not just AMC. And that is
Ethan,
always
some will tell you. Ethan, some will tell you it's only pennies and we don't make shit. Don't fucking believe them, Ethan.
We're always looking for good stocks to add where there is relative stability, but enough volatility where you can make some monies doing the wheel. I wish I had more time to share them with you. But you want a little more insight into that, hit that join button, join the Discord. It's free if you're supporting the channel. Other than that, when I have time, I will post videos on YouTube, but there's only so much time. I'm sitting here doing this, trading all day, every day. I can't be making videos, that I get paid $4 on when I'm trying to make money over here.
And I'll say, let me chime in on the Discord side of things. The advantage of the Discord is it's real time live conversation back and forth, just like you would have with your buddies sitting around a table. And you'll get all kinds of different viewpoints, and we go back and forth on different aspects of a trade and try to flesh out the good and the bad. It's a neutral scenario. Nobody's in there championing for one thing or another thing, right? We're not there to prove a point. We're there to learn, to explore different avenues and try to just discern what's the best route to go.
On many different tickers, not just AMC.
It's true.
Rolf and I have an ongoing war over GameStop.
Yes. I think it's me versus everybody.
Don Steppen, what's your question? I didn't see it. I'll look for it. Put it up there. Let's see it.
Don, what is your question, Don? Sorry.
I think he's asking about Lit Exchange, as I recall. It's way back in the chat. See, Don, this is an example where if you're live in the Discord, it's a quick. We'll get right to it, but now we got to scroll through here.
Let me find it.
There we go.
Okay, I see it up here with the fish head on it. He says, if Butcher Wall Street gets his trading platform going and can route all orders to Lit Exchange and something those shares loaned out, would it be a share recall causing price increase? Wow, that's a lot of ifs.
Well, Don, I'm just going to say you disappointed me with your question.
Why is that mediocre?
I'm not gonna go into detail. I just not something I wish to talk about. And I'll just say that.
I'm gonna say this, Don. I like Marcel. I like people that are pursuing entrepreneur ideas. I wish him all the best, and hope that he gets the Lit Exchange up and running. I do hope all of that comes true. Everything else you've talked about, shares loaned out, share recall, not really focus points on my channel. Those don't drive how I trade. That's more of the clickbait talk of other channels. I call it clickbait. I can just tell you, and these guys here can tell you, we spend 0 minutes a week worrying about that stuff. It's a distraction.
And Don, I'll add to end it, I guess. I hear what you're asking, but I don't understand what the mechanism would be to affect the result you're looking for. So I would have to better understand the mechanism of how the exchange would be able to pull those shares.
Also, I'll close it up by saying I've done a couple videos, or maybe not videos, but we've definitely talked about share counts and share recalls. Just to clarify, a company cannot do a share recall unless they're going private. Lenders can do a share recall. They're the ones loaning out the shares. They can recall them back pretty much at any time. But you have a bunch of lenders, and they're never going to coordinate on a share recall. They will do what is best for them in the moment. So I don't worry about share recalls. It's a misunderstood mechanism that people that are stuck in a play repost every day and is never going to matter.
I'll just say that I'm of disbelief for anybody who wants to know. I believe market corruption exists to a point in that I believe that there's zero chance that we fix it, because in order to fix it, we'd have to change Congress. Then you're getting into politics, which I don't want to get into. And that's my view of it. Okay. So for me, I'd much rather be the barnacle on the whale and go with the big money and make my money. That's ultimately what I do.
You don't have to apologize for asking the question, Donna. We welcome all questions, and we're going to give you honest answers. And some of y'all aren't going to like it, and that's fine. But this channel is a little bit different than what you're used to listening to. And so is the way that we approach trades. Look, I did the whole buy and hold and hope on AMC from late 2021 to late 2023, and that did not work out so well, did it? So we had to change up the strategy. I treat it like any other stock. I switched up the strategy on GameStop almost 2 years ago, and I've had nothing but positive trades. How many other people are making money on GameStop over the last 2 years?
I mean, we got Gus and Steven in the chat, and Rolf working hard in the chat, Tony.
Are they spanking down some bad theories, mediocre? I'm watching the
No,
chart.
they're just speaking the facts that we discuss all the time. Like, you know, you gotta trade, right? Like, I don't recommend buying and holding stuff. Like, I mean, I don't do that. That's not something I do. So I did do it. I held AMC for a long time, but I'm going to be honest. And I didn't come out. Tony took a lot of freaking arrows in the back. You know, when we got the DD together on what was actually going to happen with conversion reverse split. Tony's one who took all the shots for that. I didn't come out and say anything because the hate was so ridiculous, right? But hey, whatever. But the truth is that it was a turning point for me. I knew at that point it was done and over. Short squeeze most likely is not going to happen to any substantial number. It's time to move on. And that's where I stand today. Like it or hate it.
I'm going to rephrase how you viewed it, mediocre. You saw it was time to step out, and then you bought back in when the price dropped.
Oh, exactly.
It's not that we're bearish on AMC. That could be, we all hold a lot of shares, and I know Rolf and mediocre hold a lot more than me. Well, actually, Rolf, I don't know if you hold more than me. I know mediocre does.
I won't hold more than you after today, because I sold $3 calls.
All right. So we are all long on AMC. That's what I'm going to say. And we all want to see things succeed, but the DD that you're going to get here is different than what you're listening to on other channels. Let's just say that. How we approach the play is different. We're focused on preserving capital, not buy, hold, and lose. And we're focused on capturing profits when it makes sense. And we're focused on trading the wheel. Or even if we're just sitting here holding for a week, we're making money by selling cash secured puts and or selling covered calls on our position. Because who knows how long it's going to trade sideways. I wish I would have been doing all that in late 2021, all of 2022, early 2023. I wish I would have been doing that. I was not. This is a recent strategy for me on AMC, because just like you guys, I had that, oh, what if it runs up and then my shares get taken away? I should have been treating it like any other position in my portfolio. But I'm over that now. I'm over that.
You know what, Tony? Steven just puts a son in the chat, and I'm actually gonna tell the audience this is a true story. So during the whole conversion reverse split debacle, with the judge and the courts and all that stuff, okay, there was a point in time when news broke and people assumed that the conversion wasn't going to happen, and so the price of APE plummeted and the price of AMC rose quickly, okay? And when the filing came out, Tony sacrificed his time, which is what Steven was talking about in the chat, to read the filing while the rest of us were trading. So, for example, Tony was reading the filing, and I was already buying APE at 60-something cents a share. I mean, hate me or not, the conversion was obviously going to happen in my view, okay? And so thanks to Tony doing that, I was able to secure a lot of shares at a very, very cheap price. So thank you, Tony, for that.
I was thinking, Mediocre, as I was reading the filing out to you guys to verify our strategy that buying APE at 67 cents in that one moment, I was thinking I'd have more than 5 minutes to get in and go buy it with you. But as I was reading, you guys were grabbing the opportunity, and I'm glad you did. I had cheap APE, but not that cheap. And then the moment was over really, really quick. But a lot of people made money on that day, in that moment.
I know me and Grandpa Barney did. I did not hesitate, Tony.
I know. I could have just said fuck it and not read the filing, but you know how I am. I like to have the facts behind my decisions and not rush in. You're a little more loosey-goosey on the risk than me, Mediocre.
I was confident in the play, and I get it. You want to be 100% certain. I agree that you are that way. That's a true story, though. I wanted to put out there because I seen Steven typing it in the chat. It's crazy, but it's true.
I appreciate that, Steven. Another person that I actually talk to in real life every day. You guys can believe people who don't talk to me and all the lies they say, or you can maybe listen to these people who I talk to every day about my character and what I do. I don't really care about the dipshits out there in YouTube land or Twitter land. They don't talk to me, and I don't talk to them for a reason, because they lie and they make up stories based on non-facts. Still waiting for that guy to give us the timestamp where I disclosed my position, Mediocre.
That's going to be a long wait.
That isn't going to happen.
I think the only thing I've said is I tend to like to buy things in round lots. Like if I'm saying I'm buying AMC, I'm usually buying at least 100 shares. Like I don't ever go buy 1 share a day. That's just stupid.
Yeah, we don't do that.
I put my 1 share a day in Discord every day. Who the fuck cares? Buy 100 at least. All right, can I get out of these finger shares? 1 hour and 15 minutes. I need finger to drop to $3. It's at 302. I'd just like to get out of the remaining portion of that put break even. Let's pull up the chart. Rolf, I know you probably are not watching finger because you're not in the trade, but trying to decide if it goes below $3 in the next 15 minutes, I might be able to get some profits on the remaining half of that trade.
What's the ticker? I'll look at the chart.
FNGR. It's just been melting down all day. And we got to really go back and look. I was hoping that it would drop to this 280 support. But it's been really, really stubborn this week. It's just been going up. And now today it's melting. Finally.
Yeah, the 5-minute chart looks soft.
292. I would make a profit if it dropped to 292, but it's already down 6% on the day. I think I should just put in a trade to get out at break even. I'm already up 300% on the other half of the trade.
Yeah, I don't see a whole lot of volume. Let me look at this. Yeah, it's not really moving, but it's sitting at 302, but there's buyers at 303 waiting to get in.
I'm going to put in an order to get out at break even, and if it happens, great. And if it doesn't happen, it's still I still came out green.
I gotta say, AMC held up pretty good. I was surprised with this move. I am grateful I made that move though yesterday, Tony.
Yeah, you were one of the ones, you had sold $3 covered calls, right?
Yeah, for today, they expired today.
And
but I bought them back.
You used the lows of yesterday to exit that position and still come out green on the overall trade.
Absolutely.
So I'm guessing you did that here in the morning when it was like at 276.
Yeah, I bought them back. It made 3 cents there, and then on the next run up, it ran up, and then I sold the 350s, and I got 8 cents. But the 350 right now is trading at 14 cents. So that position's underwater, but I don't care because we still got 5 days to go. Theta will eat that contract up.
So you sold 350s for next Friday.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, you better hope they don't have good news after hours.
I'm not worried about it.
All right.
My other position is at $4. It'd have to cross $4 before I go, oh, wow. You know what I mean?
That 4-leaf clover, welcome. Good afternoon to you. We got Richie Rich saying he sold May 17th $3 calls last week. We tend, Richie, to sell them on Mondays for the Friday coming up. Sometimes, like Mediocre's saying, on Friday or midweek, depending on what we think the price action is going to do. And even for me, like if I didn't sell any on a Monday because I'm not really sure, all of us do something different. We discuss it, but we all don't always do the same thing because of different risk tolerances. Sometimes I'll wait till like Wednesday and see where it's at, and maybe if the premiums are too low for that Friday, I'll sell them for 10 days out the next Friday. But I have no covered calls sold this week because I was anticipating a run-up. And Mediocre, congrats for getting out of your position. That was you got lucky.
It's always luck, Tony. I always get lucky. No skill involved. Just roll the dice, baby. No, I'm only kidding.
Steven says selling calls is a great way to protect yourself against what I call unknown corporate bullshit. Whether long or short dated, he thinks it is better than nothing. I think that's, you know, in our little collective group, anyways, we kind of all came to this mentality of there's a lot of things we can do better than nothing. You know what I mean? Mediocre.
Absolutely.
Because
I like leverage.
We're all in good shape. We've taken charge of our trading, and we're happy to sit and wait and hope for good news. But while we're waiting, we're doing something active to bring in income.
Well, that's your first mistake, Douglas. You're buying calls. I'm only kidding. You do what you want to do.
Hey now, I bought some on Monday and you told me I was crazy.
No, I didn't. I bought them with you.
You bought the $3 calls?
Yeah, I exited. Remember, I had 3,400 shares.
Oh, someone told me I was crazy.
I could only afford to buy back 4, so I bought them back because I sold the $3. Remember? So I bought the $3 call to close 400 shares to protect 400 shares.
And are you out of that trade?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just okay. So I had sold the $3 call, 34 of them, right? Then that day, we bought contracts. Okay, I bought 4 of them, which protected 400 of my shares.
Gotcha. Okay.
So those 400, I then turned around and sold $4 calls for 2 cents on them.
Okay.
For this Friday, which obviously is not going to hit $4. That's an easy 2 cents. But the other 3,000, I didn't have the cash in my account to buy them back. So I had to wait. So that's why I only got 3 cents back for those. That's why I only profited 3 cents on the 3,000. That's why I took the 3,000 shares and sold them at 350 and made 8 cents. Now it's sitting at 14 cents or whatever.
Who is this? Asked this question on LAC.
I'm happy to sell anybody my shares at 350.
Oh, Michael says, what do you think about LAC? Lithium Americas. I don't follow lithium a lot. I do have one penny stock that's a lithium play, but it's not even worth mentioning because it's not doing anything. And certainly would never recommend a penny stock to you guys. But $12 down to 3, up to 7. It's hard for me to say, Michael, without looking at the financials and reading through a 10Q. Why did they get this spanking right here? That happened 2 days ago. Ah, a dilution offering. Well, there you have it. 55 million new shares on top of a outstanding shares of $161. Well, you know this, you know the drill, Michael. It's going to be underwater until they get that dilution done. And the second question would be, why are they raising money? I'd have to go look at the balance sheet and their cash burn. Are they raising it because they're losing money every quarter? Are they raising it because they're gonna they need money to expand their mine? What the heck's going on? Hard for me to answer a question like that. All I can see right now is they just announced a dilution. Steven says, Tony, do you believe the all-time low is in at 238? Are the bears cooked that we're calling for $1? That is a great question, Steven. I don't have a crystal ball. So based on what I know about the box office, it doesn't make sense for the price to get driven down. But it's going to depend on what news we get on the debt restructuring, I think. So that is really the main thing that I'm worried about right now is I want that news out. I want to know what it is. I want to see the details of the deal. And then I'll be able to give you guys a much more clearer idea of what I think is likely to happen next. And, you know, depending on which way it goes, the price change in one direction or another is going to be probably pretty quick. It'll happen in a few minutes.
Tony, I'll add just one other data point. I think the first quarter box office and earnings report is not going to be favorable for AMC. So they'll be reporting that the first full week of May.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what impact that's going to have on the price, but I'm not expecting a stellar earnings report.
Yeah, I was talking about that earlier, Rolf. I think you had stepped away. Q1's going to be bad. Company's going to lose money. They're going to burn 250 million in cash. So this is the debate we've been having amongst our group. Is that bad news baked into the current price? That's a good poll question because we got a couple hundred of y'all here. Let's see what a broader audience thinks. The question is, give me a second to get this up. Is bad Q1 expectations baked into, don't answer this according to what you wish. Answer it with your real, what is your gut telling you? Is the bad Q1 expectations baked into the current price? Yes or no? Poll is up. I'm curious what you guys think. We have a small group and we are not in all agreement. We're not all in agreement on this. I will, in a few minutes when the poll's done, I will tell you guys what I think. Or I may have given it away earlier when we talked about it. 318 on AMC, up 9% for the day. GameStop is at 1040, up 0.8% on the day. Hycroft up 4.5%, 374. Finger is pushing back up here in the last hour. Rolfo, no, 305. I need $3. Let's look at a couple of other more blue chippy stocks. Netflix down 9%, 553. That is an additional 5% price drop from where it was in after hours yesterday. It was down 5%, down 9% for the day now. And Tesla, which I think many of us are wanting to take another nibble at, is down almost 2% at 147. And if you weren't here earlier when I put up the chart, this is what I'm looking at. Next key test for it is at 144. I'd like to buy at 100, but I really need to see what Elon is going to say on the 23rd. So join us here live. We'll be streaming the earnings call and going through the results.
Tony, do you see the Russell 2000?
I have not. What's she doing? I heard all the indexes are cratering.
Oh yeah, it's down.
How is AMC up 9% when the Nasdaq's down 2.2? The SPY is down 1%. How much is the Russell 2000 down?
It's down a bit.
0.5%.
Jerome Powell and the guys at the Fed saying, yeah, you know, we might not drop rates this year after all. I kind of wish I had bought one of those ultra short index ETFs right about now. 1 hour to go, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for hanging out with us today. You are all lovely people. And I see a few of you that have your camera two-way turned on. You're looking snazzy today. Very nice. They're all like, what? What is he talking about? He can see me? Roadrunner says, my 2 cents is they move the price up before earnings to get people to buy calls and we'll collect premium and bring the price down. That old options trap, Roadrunner, right? Like bees to honey, the FOMO options trap. Just Do It says he's in the NVD ETF. NVD. Ooh, nice. Nice price action on that today. Ooh. Nice action since March. 2x short NVIDIA daily ETF. Does that have a daily reset, Roadrunner? Or Just Do It? Good dang, they're getting spanked. I like NVIDIA. I don't like it at $974, much like you. I'm more of a, let's buy at the 200 MA type guy. But I'll be keeping an eye on it. Still too early for me. Good Lord, ladies and gentlemen, I'm getting hungry. I hope if they drop news today, I have at least a couple minutes to eat something. All right, how many people we got taking this poll so far? 37. I need more votes. I need more votes, ladies and gentlemen. Take 5 seconds out of your day and answer the dang question. Are the bad Q1 expectations for AMC baked into current price? Like in this 280 to 320 range. If it's baked in, you answer yes. If you think the price is going to drop in the first week of May when they announce the earnings, then vote no. Curious what your thoughts are.
In this last hour, is AMC going to give back all its gains facing this market sell-off?
We had we did a poll on that a few hours ago, Rolf. It was 50-50, 51-49.
I voted no, so hopefully I'm right.
It is amazing the tenacity of this stock today, considering what the indexes are doing. Let's just put up AMC on the 5-minute here versus the SPY. And we'll leave GameStop there in the QQQ. 5-minute, 5-minute, 5-minute. Look at that. Rolf, this is making the case of the negative beta people. What do you say to that?
I thought about working in some negative beta comment, but I didn't do it.
AMC and GameStop clearly exhibiting negative beta. That is true, like today on the daily, without a doubt. But we don't measure negative beta on one day. So, yeah. Whatever's going on, I'll take it. I think it is dilution is done news. And GameStop, speaking of it, has shown a lot of tenacity at the $10 price level. In fact, I think I have a hard line drawn in red. Yeah, I sure do. Look at that. This line has been here, guys, for, I'm going to guess I drew this line a year or two ago. And we're finally here. Finally here. But this is really what I'm watching. There's going to be a lot of investors.
That's what we need to see.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of people wanting to support this stock at $10. So don't count GameStop out yet. I hope it holds. I hope it holds at 10. But if it breaks through that on a daily candle close, then we're headed back. We're headed down to this blue line. So we'll see. We could trade sideways here for months. I'm just patient, waiting, seeing what she does. Praying that Ryan's got a secret plan. I am not in GameStop at the moment. I'm watching it, waiting for a intelligent entry. Roadrunner says, not financial advice. When the price runs, it's not time to get calls. IV is too high. Rolf, what do you think?
It's time to sell, baby. So for Roadrunner, I guess for anybody that doesn't know, all right, that's how I make my hay. I'm an options trader, so I like to see the high IV, and I sell into a running market. It doesn't faze me. Like, for example, I've sold into AMC. I sold $3 calls for this week, and unless something really bad happens, I'll lose those shares today. But that's okay, because I've already sold puts for next week, also at $3. So I'm feeling pretty good.
So I think, Rolf, what you're saying is you agree with Roadrunner. The time.
Let's see. When the price runs is not a time to get calls. If by get you mean buy, I concur.
Yeah, I like to buy calls when the sentiment is at the absolute worst, and everybody thinks the stock is going to $1.50, and Adam Aaron's going to reverse split and announce bankruptcy. That's when I want to buy calls, because I get them dirt freaking cheap.
Yeah, and I'll say that I make it sound like I never buy calls, and that's certainly not true. I often buy far dated calls as deep in the money as I can afford them. And I do have a sack of AMC $1 calls for January of 26.
I'll tell you, Roadrunner 2, and anybody listening, it is very rare for me, especially on a play like AMC, to buy 1 week calls. To buy calls expiring in 4 days is not a strategy I typically employ or recommend. I think I speak for everybody that is in the Discord voice chat. Most of us don't like short-term lottery ticket call options to buy. We're looking to add time, as much time as we feel comfortable wagering, to give ourselves plenty of time to be right or wrong and not worry about theta burn.
But I got a question for Rolf. You ready, Rolf? First
yes,
question?
sir.
What the hell are you doing with $1 call options, way out leap options? Why you got those, buddy?
Oh, baby, let me tell you. I'm going to tell you all about it. So I treat those. Call. Thank you for the softball. I treat those call options. They're just like stocks. I sell against them every week, just like I sell against my shares. So people think you got to have shares to sell against. That's not true. You can sell against any asset that you own. I own options, so I can sell against those options. So I sell against them just like I sell against anything else.
You're telling me if you have 10 leaps, you can sell covered calls and your broker will count them as collateral?
Absolutely.
I actually did not know that.
Oh, I did not know you didn't know that. I thought you were giving me a big beach ball over the plate.
No, I did not know that.
No.
There are some finer points that I don't know, and that's why I appreciate you guys, because there are new things for all of us to learn every single day. Thank you for teaching me. Well, there's one.
See, absolutely. The only requirement in America for an American broker, you have to be approved at the appropriate options trading level. I think for most brokers, this would be considered level 2. It's just a spread. That's all it is, and it's very common for people to be qualified to trade spreads according to their broker. So it's something I do all the time. If a person hasn't done it, there are some considerations. It's not as straightforward necessarily as selling against your shares. You have to do an extra calculation so that you're pricing your sold calls correctly. But other than that, there's no difference. Functionally, there's no difference.
I love this, Rolf. I have a whole new topic to dig into and learn about this weekend and maybe share with the folks.
That's awesome.
Yeah. You like that setup, Rolf, on the poor man's covered call?
I love it, right? And that's the slang term, just what Mediocre said, poor man's covered call.
I always hear y'all talking about poor man's covered calls, but I'm not a poor man, so I just didn't really know what it is.
Well, now you know.
But yeah, I hear that phrase bantered about a lot.
I
Never
picked
really,
up those dollar call options last week and early this week too. I think at those were 238, which is a great price. I couldn't pass it up.
I might start taking advantage of that, Rolf. Let me just read up on it a couple days and make sure I know what I'm doing.
Absolutely, and if you want to, or if you want to do it for your video, we can go through the calculations that a person should think about before they price what they're trying to sell.
I appreciate that. I might lean on you for some sharing of knowledge and expertise with the folks.
Right on.
Gus says, "Oh my, giving all the secrets out." Gus, don't worry, buddy.
I can't wait for the tweets and videos. Look at this. Tony Denaro didn't know about poor man's covered calls. Guys, I'm just a trader like you. I'm not a CPA. I'm not I was never a paid financial advisor. I'm just a cowboy clown here trying to make money every day. So
we all learn something new all the time. And this goes back to an earlier comment that we were all talking about, which is the Discord and the live chat. These kind of things come up all the time, and we dig into them on the spot, and it's just a great experience. It's much faster than the YouTube method here that we have today.
Alex says, I can't do most of this in the UK. They only recently added shorting to the app. Yeah, I understand I have quite a few members in the Discord that are in the UK, and they're freaking handcuffed by not being able to trade options, and I get it. That would be frustrating as hell. And
the only other thing you could do if you're in that position is kind of swing trade it, I guess.
I asked a couple of them, have you thought about opening up an account with a U.S. broker? And they're like, yeah, that's actually more trouble than it's worth. I don't know, I don't know the specifics behind that, but I take them at their word. They seem reluctant to pursue that avenue. I don't know if it has something to do with taxes or what. Maybe you can let us know if you're in the UK.
Gus says, we seem to have a lot of cool people in the chat today, Tony.
Yeah, I appreciate all of you. Good chat here today. Makes it so much more fun when people are here to learn and not just to troll. We only had one idiot so far today, and I think we all know who that was. Sufyan says, Tony, what piece of advice would you give to help the emotional traders / investors that have been wrong in the meme stock era? Stop listening to other emotional traders. Get in a group with people that don't agree with you because they're trading based on logic, reading the financial statements, and just have a listen. Have a conversation without name calling people. Have a conversation without being conspiracy minded and thinking that everyone is against you. Be open to learning. These people get in cliques, Sufyan, where they want to block out any conversation. And even if we answer their question, they say, I don't believe you. Well, you're never going to improve as a trader if you're stuck in a clique and you don't believe, or not even willing to consider what other people are saying might be true, and you might be wrong. The hardest thing to accept for people is that they might be wrong. And we say it in our Discord all the time. I was wrong about that. But once you can accept
Tony, it's a good point.
Once you can accept that you're wrong, you've made the first step to recovery.
I mean, a key point, I think a key skill to have success doing this is to be able to pivot from one position to another. And when I say position, I mean mindset. You have to go with the flow. When the data is in front of you, you have to look at it with a cold eye and just go where the data leads you. And if it takes you away from where you thought you were going, you just have to roll with it. You got to leave your ego at the door and just roll with the data.
The other,
exactly.
To add a little bit more color to what you just said, Rolf, what I see these people doing is cherry picking data. So they'll have a whole set of data and they'll focus on one thing that might buttress their preconceived notion, and they will ignore everything else. You know what I'm saying? Like Adam Aaron diluted. That tells me that he wants to take all of our shares and bankrupt the company. Well, I could see how you might think that if you have a preconceived notion that everything is a conspiracy and he is evil. But if you would look at the totality of the data out there, like the balance sheet, cash flow, any analyst report, S&P credit rating report, Moody's credit rating report, if you would look at any independent data and be willing to actually, I wonder why everybody else has a different opinion than me. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you're wrong. Once you can cross that hurdle and be willing to learn, it enables you to be a much better trader. Jeffrey Jones says, Tony, have you seen the Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare yet? I have not. We have tickets to see Abigail this evening. And so that is on the list for tonight. I did pay cash for those because all of my other A-list reservations are loaded up with early release of 3 other movies. So we paid cash. We're going to go see that movie tonight. And I will also, I have plans, not firm yet, not tickets purchased, to see Ungentlemanly Warfare this weekend. But I saw the preview and it looks awesome. Looks like the type of movie that I would like. And I also shared a preview on Twitter of a upcoming, how do you say his name? M. Night. I'm going to butcher his last name. Shyamalan, or however you say his name. Sorry, dude. A new movie he has coming out in August called Trap. Go watch that preview for Trap. He just led me into a trap with his freaking preview. I was like, oh, you got me. You got me good. And that movie looks really good. So I'm looking forward to that one too. What else do I have reserved here? Let's see. Still no donut holes available in my area.
Isn't there, there's a spider movie coming out?
Yeah, but spiders
like a true horror movie.
It's not available in Austin, Texas, Rolf. Neither is the Nicolas Cage is not, that Arcadian is not available in my area. I would have already seen those this week. It must be a very limited release, and I don't know how they would bypass Austin, but maybe they did some research, Rolf, and figured out there's too many people scared of spiders here. Got too many.
The last actual horror spider movie that I can recall was in the 70s. I saw it at the theater, to date myself, called Kingdom of the Spiders with William Shatner.
What about Arachnophobia?
That was not really a horror movie.
Okay.
It's too comedic, too lighthearted.
So I have early access reservations for Challengers, the one with, what's her name, Zendaya? Is that it?
That's correct.
I have early access reserved for The Fall Guy in May and Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes in May. So that's where my 3 A-list reservations. I wish that, you know, if it's a month out, why are they holding my A-list? I'm supposed to have 3 per week, but that's how it works. So I will be paying cash for any movies I see this weekend. But fortunately, my food will be free because I have some benefits, some bennies saved up. I got 1 free AIC Cinema Sweets candy, plus I have $10 in rewards. So let me go ahead and activate those now. Well, at least half of our food will be free tonight. Gus says, also believe the math. Yeah, and when Adam Aaron tells you in an airport parking lot that he doesn't see any evidence of synthetics, when we have a vote and we only get a couple 100 million shares voting, maybe you ought to believe what Adam is saying. But if you don't want to, that's fine. I'm not gonna neg on you. But some of these people are all upset and made bad trading decisions when the CEO clearly has told you he doesn't see evidence of billions of synthetics. Maybe you should have listened. But you want to call him a liar. Okay. I choose to listen to what the company's saying. They have telegraphed everything that is going to happen in the risk factors. Everything that was going to happen was fully disclosed in advance and very, very predictable if you were looking at the cash flow statement and the balance sheet on top of that. So I just decided I'm going to pay attention to what the execs are saying. What's their strategic objective? Pay down the debt, fix the balance sheet. What does that mean? They've only been saying that 3 years. That means we're going to raise cash by any means necessary if we're not profitable. You should have known.
Cash is king, Tony.
Huh? Cash is king. You should have known based on what they're saying that dilution was coming. I don't mean that to denigrate anybody. I'm not talking to you guys. I'm talking to the people that are complaining every day. He tricked us. Everything that happened was fully disclosed in advance. You just got to be willing to read it. And we all had high hopes that the company would get profitable before now, but just when we were on the frickin' verge, the frickin' actors and writers strike happened. Added 1 year to our schedule of getting back towards a chance at profitability. Mediocre, do you remember when me and Massalorian were talking a year ago about this actors and writers strike, guys? Don't underestimate the impact of this thing. This is going to be bad. Do you remember us saying that?
I do. I mean,
people are like,
and it was.
It's not going to be bad. It's going to be over in a few days. It's nothing. No.
And it didn't. It took forever. And that's what freaking crushed us.
That is what crushed us. I know nobody wanted to freaking hear it. I didn't want to say it, but I'd rather you guys get the real info and have a heads up of how things are going to go down. What you do with that information, it's up to you.
People like to say the box office doesn't matter, Tony, but I mean, it absolutely matters. That's what I'm betting on. The box office. Without the box office, we can't make any money, people.
Gus says when a YouTuber says he has proof of synthetics, but he can't show it for certain reasons, he is full of FUD. Yeah, I don't know who you're talking about, Gus, who said they can't show it. Wait, I bet I can guess. Yeah, if you got the proof, show it. I want to see it. All I know is Adam said, don't believe most of what you hear on Twitter and YouTube, and I'm going to take him at his word on that, too. Have I seen Sisu yet? I loved Sisu. I love seeing a badass kill a bunch of World War II era Nazis. Absolutely. That was a fantastic movie. It was a little bit over the top on style, but I didn't mind that. It was a great action movie. I'd watch it again if it came across my Netflix or Prime, or I don't know where it's going to end up. But yeah, I saw it when it came out. Raul says, Tony, I'm here for the shots for every person kicked out. Did we ever do that? Did I have shots when I kick people out? Those are some crazy days back in 2021 when we were having fun, back when everybody used to get along. Back then, the only people we had to kick out were the bears. Now I feel like I have people that actually own AMC fighting with me. I don't get it. Like, how can we all own the same stock, all want to see it go up? And I got people fighting me every day. I got to think that maybe they don't own the stock or they're buying puts. They don't seem very positive in life. I wake up every day positive as I can. Hope for the best. Sometimes it don't work out. Roadrunner says, zoom out and ask yourself, is the company better or worse than 5 years ago? That is a great way to look at it. By every measure, the company is better than 2020 at least. Are they out of the woods yet? Clearly not out of the woods yet. But by any measure possible, yes, they're vastly improved. The second thing he says, is the price at this point better or worse than before? What can you see as a potential income? I think if we zoom out, the price is probably worse than before, but the company is massively diluted. So that is understandable. And they are doing that to what? They're doing that to avoid Chapter 11 and wiping you to zero. So every day we all have our own decision to stay in the play in the face of potential dilution or not. That's a choice we all make on a daily basis. Just own it. It's your choice. And then don't complain. If you decided to stay in despite the company losing money and telling you they needed to raise money, just own it. And we'll all get along great. You don't have to be happy about it. I get that. But you can't blame the company. They have clearly told you what their strategy was every frickin' quarter for 3 years. The thing I really can't stand is people that can't take personal accountability. I'm not saying you got to like what happened. Totally get it. Totally get it. But you made your choice. $35 minutes left on the clock. AMC ticking down back to the VWAP. VWAP is at 314. That is our next support. I'd say it's a fair bet. We close at the VWAP. What do you think, Rolf? You still here? Mediocre?
I'm here and I don't disagree.
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm just reading chat.
I would be disappointed if we trend under the VWAP all the way back down to $3. But keep in mind, guys, the max pain is at $3. So there is some potential we get pushed all the way back down. So they don't have to pay out those calls. We'll just have to see. We'll see what happens at 314. GameStop trading at 1039. They've been holding onto green all day. And Highcroft at 445. Indexes, I think, are still in the red. Let's pull up the Qs. Ouch, 2%. Spanking on the NASDAQ, and SPY down almost 1%. I haven't even had a chance to look at the news to see what's going on.
Tony,
What's up?
why the heck are we climbing up
Yeah, that is a great
when
question.
the overall market's going down?
That is a freaking excellent question. And the only answer I got, Mediocre, someone knows something we don't know yet. Same answer I've had every day this week.
The volume supports your thesis, 25 million.
Is that insider trading? No.
No, the market's not corrupt, Tony.
That is a good question. If we end up getting an 8K today that says the dilution was done 3 days ago and we have a debt restructuring deal, if the lenders were shorting it until 3 days ago and they stopped and started covering because they knew they were signing a debt restructuring, is that inside information for them?
Tony, what's today?
Friday the 19th.
What did they say? They put something out?
You said that they would do it today after hours.
Isn't that crazy? I don't know that's going to happen. I'm just saying.
I thought it was going to be any day this week. I have been wrong for 3 days in a row. You early on said we would get news on Friday after hours. That is correct.
I hate it, but whatever. It is what it is. I hate the unknown, right? The unknown's the part I don't like. Like we're stuck in La La Land just waiting.
Yeah.
And I like to play the news, but when the news comes out, it makes it easier for me to trade next week. So I already wanted the news prior.
Jay Ape says, could it be an option trap? Yeah, I mean, I would wager there were people buying $3.50, $4, $5, $8 calls. I haven't looked at the volume. But yeah, there were people that got sucked in, sure, to buying call options on the run up, thinking, oh, the squeeze is here, baby. I don't like buying options because of that when it's running up. I like to buy them when sentiment is at its worst. Negativity from all the crybabies is at its worst. That is why I bought the call options on the 15th. I don't like buying them in this type of run up. Now, if we were going today 3, 4, 8, and I thought that there was a real squeeze happening, I'd probably throw some money at it. But just 25 cents? No, you're not going to trap me like that. Typically, how I know I'm speaking for Rolf and Mediocre, but feel free to jump in if you disagree, gentlemen. We look at today as an opportunity to figure out where to sell covered calls.
Oh, you repeat that for me, Tony? I was busy reading
I
chat.
said, rather than us thinking like today's the day we want to buy calls in a run up, we're looking at it like this is a great day to figure out what's our next price target for selling covered calls, like selling a 350.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Because you're capturing high premium, and you got to be able to emotionally step out of the play and say this thing's probably not going over 350. So good day to sell 350 covered calls. The danger is, the reason I didn't do that is I don't know what the news is going to be. So I did not do that. I don't like doing
So that's
that.
why, like, I logged into Daddy-O's and helped him out. We did the $4.
I don't like doing that personally. When I'm expecting news, it makes it a very risky idea for me to do that. And I don't like that. I don't like that unknown. So I'll wait and see what the news is. If it's good news, I already got shares. So fine. If it's bad news, well, then I would have wished I sold covered calls.
Different strokes for different folks, right?
I'm hoping here in about 30 minutes I can do some shots with you guys on good news. I'll tell you that. And Mediocre, who did you helped your dad sell covered calls at 4? We'll pour one out for Daddy-O, Mediocre. But he's not going to be hurt if he gets called out at $4, is he? He's got you to help him figure out what to do next.
Yeah, no, he's solid. He's not worried about it. That's why we did it.
Always consider your risk tolerance and consider your cost basis before you're deciding to sell covered calls. It's not just well, I don't think it's going over 350, so I'm going to sell them. There are other things you need to consider specific to you before you're doing these type of trades, which is why I don't talk about them a whole lot. All right, we hit the VWAP on the 1 minute. We hit it on the 5 minute. Let's see what happens here. And we went below it on the 1 minute. We're headed back down to 3. Come on, baby, hold. Come on, where's our buyers at? Mediocre.
What was that, Tone?
I said, where's our buyers at? We broke the VWAP.
Oh no, I stopped looking. I was talking to my cousin over here, Frank.
Is Max Payne going to win again, Gus? I don't know. It looks like it's trying to head that direction.
It would really have to sell off hard, dude. That's a long way to go. I don't think it makes it. It don't have to
7%.
push
Yeah,
down.
can we evaporate 7% in? I mean, we ran up that fast this morning, mediocre. But then you got to ask yourself, who was doing all that buying, and would they really? What was their intention, and would they really sell it all off at the end of the day? We don't
So is that medicine for me? Okay.
We don't know who bought this morning, what their intention was, and what motivation
Thank you.
they might have to hold through this or just to dump the shares. Volume is approaching 26. It's over 26 million. Ooh. We got a lot of room to run on the daily if it's good news. 380 on the oh wait, no, this is the 48, sorry. The 50 is at 396. If it's good news, $4 is in range. Please look at DJT, Jared says. All right, let's pull up DJT real quick. I did look at it on Wednesday morning in pre-market. I was up about 4 or 5 a.m. making my Tesla video. And I was going to make a DJT video, but it was sitting down there in the low 20s. I was like, I got time. I'll do that later. And look what happened. Look what freaking happened. I wish I would have made that video and simultaneously decided to buy the damn stock. The trade was right there. I saw it. And it slipped away. I'll repeat what we said earlier today. There is no financial basis I can recommend DJT. It is only a momentum trade, and the momentum is fantastic right now. But if you're getting in it, careful if you're buying at the top. If you're buying at the top, have an exit strategy. Don't leave gains on the table. Be a smart trader. We got resistance at 38. Well, really 42 bucks. If it breaks through 42, leave a little bit on the table for the next leg up, and I pray you get lucky. Trump 2024, baby. Andre says, sorry about AMC. It was me buying this morning. Andre, did you make all that volume this morning? And what are you doing now? Why are you selling off? Andre's like, I made 50 cents on the day. I'm getting out, baby. Let's see. People who bought at the low this morning, 283. They had a 50 cent swing. I mean, that for some day traders, high speed trading firms, that's a good profit for the day. So this type of sell off doesn't surprise me. For people that are not buying for a squeeze, you know. Run like that for some of these firms where they're buying millions of shares, that is a good run. Unfortunately, as it melts down at the end of the day, they will take their profits, call it a day, head to the bar, and we melt down here at the end of the day. So let's see what happens. Oh, Andre says it was him buying here. Okay. Well, thank you for the support, Andre. Hold the line. Do I have a hold the line? I wonder if I have a hold the... Oh, I think that's in our Discord, isn't it, Mediocre? Don't play any damn music, by the way, out of Discord, you guys. Don't get crazy. You get me copyright striked after all this work I put in today. I will choose what sounds to play. Because that happened. We played the damn Titanic song. I got copyright strike. I like this one, though.
Hold for me, I'll hold for you.
I buy the dip, it dip more. I buy again, it dip even more. Don't make me come visit you, Donny.
Oh, man.
I'm not fucking leaving.
Oh, here's Hold the Line.
Hold the line.
What is that from, Mediocre? Hold the Line.
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either. Is it Game of Thrones?
Didn't sound like a voice I recognize. Anybody in the chat know what that sound clip is from? I'll play it one more time.
Hold the line.
Sounds like maybe Braveheart. Yeah, sounds like Mel Gibson. Maybe The Patriot, Groundhog. I see you guys, Chris. It sounds like Mel Gibson. And the music sounds more Patriot-ish than Braveheart-ish. Steven says, check out Pfizer. I think the bottom is in. I'm going to put that one on my list, Steven, based on your recommendation yesterday to take a look at it. I had some Pfizer a year or two ago, and I sold it because it wasn't performing. And let's see what's happened since then. It has done nothing but go down. And so Steven wants us to look at it based on the price evaporating. Market cap's been cut in half, and I will need to dig into the financials. That might be a great value play video this weekend, Steven, so I will take a look at it. PE ratio is 69 trailing, but only 1180 forward. I like that, 1180. I like that. It might be a great play, Steven. I will take a look. Bug me if I don't. Finger must have a max pain at $3, Rolf, because it will not fucking drop. 302, 302, 302.
What do you need to high 290s, right?
My strike is $3. I'm just trying to get out even on the last half of my trade. So, you know, I need 295. Probably not going to happen. All right, we got a little bit of support here at 312, ladies and gentlemen. Last 15 minutes of the day. Can we do it? Let's see what poll we had here. 117 votes. Is bad Q1 expectations for AMC baked into the current price? 67% of you said yes. I agree. I think that at this price level, people already know Q1's going to be bad. AMC's going to lose money. They're going to burn cash. But I think it's baked in. You can laugh at me in 2 weeks if I'm wrong. And what happens if it goes down, Tony? What happens if it goes down based on Q1 earnings?
I'm not fucking leaving.
I crack myself up sometimes.
I buy the dip, it dip more. I buy again, it dip even more.
Oh, Lordy. I'm going crazy from lack of food here. Frank says, hold the line, clip. The Patriot. Yeah, I think so, Frank. Thank you. Oh, yeah, Braveheart. He just says, hold.
Nice play, Frankie.
What is cash secured puts at 250? Frank says, I like it, Frank. What is that? What is that other movie with Russell? What's his name? Russell.
Big ads. What's up, buddy?
The dude that was in Gladiator. Is it Russell Crowe? I can't think of it at the minute. But he was a commander. I think that's in the title. He was a fleet commander. Some French ships or something. Master and Commander. All right. Do you guys like that movie? If you had to rate like
Yes.
Braveheart versus Master and Commander versus The Patriot, which would be your top two? Because I love all those movies.
Tony, I'm partial to pirates, so Master and Commander is top on that list for me.
All right. Were there pirates in that movie? It's been a while since I've seen that one.
No, there were not, but there was ocean and ships.
I like ocean.
You a sailor, Rolf?
I like ocean and ships movies, Rolf, too. Like, did you see Das Boot back in the day?
Oh, absolutely, loved it.
And then the one with Sean Connery was that Red
That's
Dawn?
the Hunt for Red October.
Hunt for Red October, yeah. Great movie.
The best, at the pinnacle of submarine movies.
Das Boot or Hunt for Red October?
Hunt for Red October.
Okay. I need to watch them back to back and see.
Now, Tony, I know you and your girl are always looking for Netflix content. The Netflix now this week has Black Sails.
Okay. She has.
So if you missed that on Stars the first time, oh yeah, that's a pirate show. It's 5 seasons.
I keep on hearing John Campea say that Shogun is hands down the best show out there right now.
It is a very good show, no question.
We started watching. I think I started watching one episode, and I didn't want to get too far ahead. And the problem is right now, like when she's at the hospital she's working at, they're only open evening hours. So the hospital opens like at noon, and they close to customers at 11, which makes it very difficult for watching evening shows together now. But maybe we can just make an agreement to watch them on her day off. But then the other problem is I'm here. I'm here working with you guys. I don't know. What's the answer to that? She's on her own?
You can't watch show without her if it's your show, right?
know,
If the
she
both
gets-
of you are watching it, yeah.
She gets really mad about that. And so do I. I get even more mad about it. It's like, what do you mean you're 5 episodes ahead of me? She's like, well, you fell asleep. I'm like, you're wanting to watch a show at 1 a.m. and I got to be up for trading at 5 a.m. Of course I fell asleep. J Ape says minus the sex scenes. Are there sex scenes in Shogun?
A little bit. He may have been referring to Black Sails, which is thick with sex.
All right. Well, she won't mind that. She's not easily offended that way. You know, if you have a wife that's always like looking over to you, is he watching that? Put her hands over your eyes. Mine's not like that. She's not insecure.
No, I see. J Ape's context is saying Shogun is like a Japanese version of Game of Thrones minus the Game of Thrones sex scenes. I concur with that.
She's not insecure off, but if we're out like at country dancing or something and some girl's a little too friendly, she will get pissed about that. And rightly so.
Better tread lightly.
Rightly so.
$3:12 and 10 minutes to go. Let's go.
We're holding the line really good here at 3:12. I like it. 10 minutes.
Is Citadel going to come here and knock us down or what?
Shh. Mediocre. Stop it. I got to get my SEC tabs. Rolf, can you check Adam Aaron's tweets? And I will have the SEC tabs open for F5.
Affirmative.
We just sit here every day for 90 minutes and hit F5.
Nothing new in Twitterverse.
All right. Well, there won't be before market close. All right. I got my tabs ready up here. Wedmore Thick with Sex is a new t-shirt. What did Douglas Dunlop call out? Oh, Black Sails. All right. That's 2 votes for Black Sails, right? Rolf and
Fine show.
Rolf and Douglas. All right, let's see. I want to see what you guys said about the movies. We got Chris voting on Master and Commander. Wedmore says Braveheart is better than The Patriot. I was reading the greater sign. Anya says Master and Commander. Jeffrey says Braveheart, 100%. Gladiator, Mr. CEO says, is that CEO Adam? Grandpa Barney? Wedmore says The Bounty with Mel Gibson is another good ship movie. I don't know if I've seen The Bounty. Steven says he likes Down Periscope. Have you seen that one? Is that a porno, Steven? I don't know that title. Rolf, does that ring a bell? Down Periscope?
I have not seen that one, but I'm familiar with it.
Alex says Braveheart is Black Panther for Scottish people. All right, we got a lot of Braveheart lovers, a few votes for The Patriot and Master and Commander. All right, I'm going to check out Down Periscope too because that one does not ring a bell. Hey, look at this. We got some push up. Oh my gosh. Some end of day buying pressure. Come on, baby. We're not getting excited, guys, over a penny. I was expecting it to go down for 10 minutes, so I'm surprised. I'm surprised and happy. The Bounty stars Anthony Hopkins, Daniel Day-Lewis, Liam Neeson, and Mel Gibson. What a star-filled cast, Wedmore. Speaking of Daniel Day-Lewis, wasn't he in that other favorite movie of mine? Last of the Mohicans. Isn't that a Daniel Day-Lewis joint? There are a couple movies, if it is on and I happen to be switching channels and I see it, I will always stop and watch it. Last of the Mohicans is in that category. Braveheart is in that category. The Patriot is in that category.
Well, this will be a confession then, Tony. For me, if I'm flipping channels and I come across Legally Blonde, I watch it.
It's actually a quite entertaining movie and easy on the eyes.
Yes, to both.
Her airheaded logic is, I just find it humorous as hell, Rolf.
The other one I'll do that for is Valley Girl, which is never on TV anymore because it's really old, like I am.
Familiar with it.
That's great.
Is she in that one too?
No, that's way before her time.
Okay. Look at this upward pressure at the end of the day. Unfreaking believable.
We're going to race to 350. Let's go.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
Finger got down to 301. I bet I still didn't get a fill, Rolf. It's just too late in the day.
It's not looking good for that one. Not today.
Well, it expires today, so I'll have to settle for 150% gain instead of 300. Boo fucking who.
First world problems.
Yeah.
Your buddy got a video out.
Who's got a video out?
Your buddy does.
I don't have any friends except you guys.
I haven't put out any video.
I don't have any friends, mediocre. We'll talk about it after. How about after we end this live stream here in 5 minutes?
Let me read the title. Let me see what the title is. I got to see this.
Cigar King says, Tony, do you ever talk about when you lose money? Yeah. Remember I talked about the thousands of dollars I lost on those cruise ship leaps. Thousands and thousands and thousands. Won't do that again.
I'll tell you, Cigar King, I'm getting smoked right now in Tesla. I'm so far under Tesla, I can't even see. I need to up Periscope just to see where I'm going.
What are you guys doing to AMC? Holy smokes, she's running again.
That's what I'm saying. Let's
Cigar
go.
King, the people in my Discord will tell you I'm very patient to wait for a good entry on a play. So do I lose money on plays? Sure. But I am an asshole about waiting for something to be really undervalued and everybody to hate it, and then I go in and buy it, which really reduces my risk. If I'm losing money, it's typically on options plays, which I size according to the risk, because I know that about half the time on those I'm going to lose my money. But what I'm trying to do with the option plays is the other half where I'm making money, make more than 100%, which is why I'm not trading options every day. I need to see at least 100% opportunity for me to buy an option. So I just trade different than some people. I'll wait a year to get in a play.
There's got to be a movement for options. If I'm going to buy an option, the only reason why I'm buying it is because I know a move is going to happen, whether it's a put or a call. You know, I know a move is going to happen in the direction I'm trying to go, and that's it. That's the only reason I buy it.
Oh, it was RCL that I lost all that money on. I bought it as a recovery play. I think January 2024 was the expiration. And what do we got? We got 2 minutes left. Anyways, it fucking stayed underneath my exercise price all the way until guess when? For 2 years, it stayed under my exercise price until options expiration, at which point it ran up. Maybe they were 2023s. I had a little bit of gain in this window right here, and then it barfed, and then the real run was perfectly timed for when my leap options expired. I'd be sitting freaking pretty if I would have bought 2024s. I don't even remember if they were available, but hey, it is what it is. I didn't risk what I wasn't willing to lose, so painful lesson not to wager that much on options. I should have just bought the fucking shares. All right, we are closed, ladies and gentlemen. Where's my bell? Ding, 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 ding. We're going to wrap up this live stream. We're going to take a bio break. We're going to hit F5 a bunch of times and wait and see if we get some news. If there is news dropping after hours, we will be right back. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Appreciate your time. Stick around and come hang out with us and have some shots if there is good news after hours. Let me find my outro here. Rolf and Mediocre, thank you too.
Thank you, Tony. Thanks, everyone.
Frankie, hit me up.
So you wanna go to war with me? You're talking like you think you're royalty. You think that I'm afraid, but I don't break. I heard you question my stability. You think I'll fall just like a guillotine, but I am here to stay. Won't look